Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. Minister DM. So Nxumalo couldn't find a space somewhere here. Uh, we can then start. Sincere apologies for starting 6 minutes or 5 minutes a bit late. We had to deal with, to clear some house things. Today we're a full house. I don't know when was the last time we had a full house like this as the committee. I hope it's a bearer of good news, Minister, for us to be having such a full house. I see familiar faces and some are new faces. It's good to interact with the team in the portfolio committee meeting. Will some of you eventually interact with you when we visit centers? Members, you are all welcome and everyone is welcome. We had a long recess. I think it was a month recess where we couldn't see each other. And we were busy with our constituency work. So this makes the first meeting in the third term. We had our meeting last week, which was the strat plan, where the department and GIX was present to present on certain items that we would have requested them to present on. But today, it's our first portfolio committee meeting. And there will be a bit of changes which I bring to the members with regards to the agenda. The agenda would be opening and welcome and announcements. And we'll go to apologies, which would be given by the committee secretary. The third item would be briefing by the Department of Correctional Services on unnatural death in correctional centers. And then the fourth item will be the first quarter report by the department. So the agenda is not changed. It's just we're swapping three. We're taking item 3, which is the first quarter report, to 4. We're taking the unnatural death to 3. And then we'll close the meeting. And this is on the basis that if the meeting delays until 1:30. Ms. Sipesihle Sowazi, who is the new researcher to the committee and team. Ms. Sowazi, you can stand, everyone, to. So today it's her first portfolio committee meeting. We tested her last week in the strat plan. And then we have a new addition to the team as well. I'll call her by the same name. We're arguing with Sia. I prefer to call her by the same name. Sia wants me to use the name. We have a new addition as well to the team. We have Miss Nomandla. Her name is Nolundi Nomandla, who is the executive assistant to the office of the chairperson, who forms part of the committee. We need to thank Ms. Vera there at the back, who has been assisting the team and the committee and the office of the chairperson with the work in absence of that position because of Vera was standing in for two committees, Correctional Services and Justice. So now there's a person assigned for Correctional Services. So Vera will then go and be full-time on Justice. So ladies, you are welcome to the team and to the portfolio committee. To refresh that, I still remember members of parliament. We have on our far right, Mrs. Ngaba, Honorable Ngaba. We have next to her, Honorable Engelbrecht. We have next to Honorable Engelbrecht, Honorable Carl Niehaus. We have Honorable Hendricks. He's our sniper, you must be careful. Behind him, we have Bab Gasa. Next to Bab Gasa, we have Honorable Shangase. Next to him, we have Ms. James. And then at the back, we have Honorable Sokop. Then the team, I've already introduced the two ladies. We are joined by the unit manager, who Mrs. Thuli. And most of you might be familiar with her. And then next to her, we have Raja. We all know Raja. He's a very close friend to Nxumalo. Then we have Mr. Matabata. Then we have the committee secretary. So, Minister, I'll give, before I give to you, Jigs, where's Jigs? You can then introduce yourselves. There is a mic there, that's press it. We understand him. He's sitting there, there is no mic, yes.
Morning, members.
You can speak to that one.
I'm Sharifa Wesson, dealing with complaints for Jigs.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning to the DCS and team. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mpom Jali. I work for the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. I work as a researcher, and I do monitoring evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister, you can lead us with your side.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, officials, everyone present. Firstly, I want to say I heard when you said that you had a long recess, emphasis on the long. I hope you had a good recess. You were privileged. I didn't have that privilege. We had a lot of cabinet committees in that time. So, yes, it's true, we're back, and there's a lot of work to be done. And I want to start by saying that I welcome specifically the discussion on unnatural deaths. It's very important. But from ministry side, I have my parliamentary liaison officer, Vuyo Tlaku. She's there. Then my personal assistant, who's also my media liaison officer, Mrs. Yunay Wessels. And then my chief of staff, Mr. Peter Killian. And of course, then from the deputy minister side, she can introduce her team. I don't know who are they and whether they're here. So through you, Honourable Chair, and then to the National Commissioner. Thank you.
DM?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourselves, the Portfolio Committee members, the Minister, the National Commissioner, the entire DCS, and JICS, and other members that are here. I am Lindy Wenjalinjali, the Deputy Minister of Correctional Service. Behind me, I'm still behind. Behind me, there's Mr. Tulani Fagote, who's our PLO from the Deputy Minister's office. Mukhad, I think, is outside. I haven't seen her. That's all we have. Cost saving. Thank you.
Kim Tsimbo, Commissioner Samuel.
Good morning, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister. Honorable Chairperson, I was tempted to request that I be given permission to request the delegation to introduce themselves. It's a long list. I can do it quicker.
Do it quicker.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On the other side, we have Mr. Ngumalo, who's responsible for communications as a director. We have the acting director responsible for EST, Mr. Mdluli. Next to him, down here, we have Mr. Zigalala, the Deputy Commissioner responsible for intergovernmental relations. Next to him is Mr. Katenga, who's responsible for strategic management as a Chief Deputy Commissioner. Behind is the Chief Financial Officer, Ntatema Rumule. Next to him is Dr. Buota. He's the acting Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for incarceration and corrections. And then behind we have Advocate Mahlangu, who is a director responsible for the inspectorate, but also he's responsible for contract management. The triple Ps are under that unit, managed from head office, the unit of Advocate Mahlangu. Next to him we have Ntate Mashabataha. Mr. Mashabataha is the temporary manager that we allocated to Mangaung. And then on this side, we have the Regional Commissioner of the Western Cape, Advocate Williams Paulse, and then we also have Mr. Ngele, who's the head of center for Goodwood, next to her. And then we have Ms. Buotes, who is the area commissioner for Southern Cape. That's the management area that Oudtshoorn is under. And then we have next to her, Mr. Bush, who's the head of center for Oudtshoorn. And then behind me, we have Mr. Gwambe. Mr. Gwambe is the part of the investigation team. He was part of the team that investigated Goodwood. He's also in the team that is investigating Oudtshoorn. And then we have Dr. Musoma, who's in the office of the National Commissioner, is the Deputy Commissioner, Executive Management. Next to me is Mr. Maponya, who's the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for IT in the department, the GITO. On the other side, we have Ms. Bond, who is responsible for Human Resources as a Chief Deputy Commissioner. Next to her, we have Ms. Ramuli, who's responsible for remand detention as a Chief Deputy Commissioner. And then We have Ms. Mtetwa, who's the acting Chief Deputy Commissioner for Community Corrections. And next to her, we have Ms. Munye Muratu. She is part of the Security Directorate at head office, responsible for evaluations. And at the back, we have the RC of Free State Northern Cape, Ms. Moodley. Next to her, we have Dr. Jordan, who's the acting Chief Security Officer for the department. My name is Mahoti Samuel Tobachal. I'm the National Commissioner of the Department of Correctional Services. Thank you, Chair. And then I always forget Carol, Ms. Carol Stradom, who works at the office here in Cape Town. Thank you, Chair.
We'll now introduce you, Ms. Stradom, from now on, as part of our team. And then the delegation at the back, you will have to introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Mnyante, the head of Mangaung, currently replaced with the temporary manager, Mr. Masharataka.
Good morning, Gert Beileveld. I'm currently the managing director, contract manager at Mangaung Correctional Center. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Isaac Maragele, legal assistant to Chief Police.
Welcome again, Isaac. Members, we can then start. Sia, apologies.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the meeting. We only have one apology, Chair, from Honorable Deyale. She's not well today. Thank you, Chair.
We don't have any apologies. Okay, it's Mrs. Diallo only. We'll then move to item 3, which is a briefing by the department on unnatural deaths that would have occurred throughout the correctional centers. And the reason for this item, it's on a basis that we have been requesting reports on unnatural deaths that have occurred in certain centers or facilities, and we did not receive any. And I did indicate, Minister and Deputy Minister, that when we request reports or certain reports to the department, failure to adhere, we will schedule you for that particular item. And this is on that basis. We've requested the report on the death of Mr. Mkumbeni in Mangaung, and this death happened around April or May. Till to date, we have not received the report. There was a death in Goodwood that occurred. Till this day, we have not received that report. There's an incident that nearly claimed the lives of 4 or 5 officials in Oudtshoorn, and which allegedly would have claimed the life of an inmate. We have not received the report. And these are incidences that equally were marred in social media, in media spaces. We requested reports to be able to be furnished on the sequence of events that would have taken place to lead to an unnatural death that would have occurred. And because of not receiving reports, we then felt that we need to schedule the meeting so that then you bring the report. When we got the report, or we received the report holistically touched on all unnatural death in centers. But we wanted a detailed one that speaks to these 3 centers, to such an extent that we even made a request that the head of center in Mangaung, Goodwood, and Oudtshoorn must be part of the meetings, including the regional commissioners in those particular provinces. So this would have RC Moodley, who is responsible for Free State and Northern Cape, to be part. Because of Mangaung, it's under her leadership. even though we know it's a triple P, which is managed separately. Then Goodwood and Oudtshoorn, which falls under the RC in Western Cape, to be able to take the portfolio committee outside these occurrences in those 3 facilities. But in total, why do we have a high number of unnatural death in facilities? And what kind of force is it used, or allegedly that is being used, that claims lives of inmates? So that's part of the reason we requested this meeting. I have been getting a lot of emails the past 2 days from G4S requesting me or the portfolio committee to summon them for them to be part of this meeting. I don't know what informs that basis of us summoning G4S to this meeting. We have requested the department to bring a delegation from Mangaung. Who it brings to the meeting is the department. So if the department has made a request that G4S should be part, so your request and questions or clarities over why you must be here must be directed to the department. The day we require G4S to be part of a meeting or to give us a briefing, then you have a right to request that we summon you. But again, I don't understand why every time G4S needs to appear before a portfolio committee, it's required to be summoned. Why do you need to be summoned? Why do you want to use the clauses of privileges that is given to members to be bestowed upon you? You did the same thing in 2023 when you needed to appear on the Bester issue. The reason it was postponed for the first time, it was on the basis that you refused to appear without summons. And summons were issued, then you came back. But I'm saying this, that let's desist from wanting to use the issues of summons where they are not, they are not necessary. So your questions and why you should be here must be taken up with the department, not with the portfolio committee. Our request was on the department. Who the department brings as part of a delegation in these 3 particular centers is them. It's not for us. So, Minister and your team, you will then lead us with the report on the unnatural death. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Firstly, I will follow up on the fact that you said you requested certain reports and you did not receive it. My policy is that that is part of accountability, and the reports must be presented. And that's why I also said it is an important topic, because an unnatural death, of course, have certain consequences, not only for officials, but in the end, it normally also ends with the South African police services, where you can have further, can I say, processes where criminal charges of murder can be constituted from that. So that is important. And I agree with you. When we request people to appear in front of the portfolio committee, there are no excuses. We must remember that Parliament and the portfolio committee can even summons anyone, even from the public, to appear in front of this committee. The committee represents the people of South Africa. The members are all representatives of the electorate, and it is part of our policies and ethos to ensure that there is accountability and transparency. I said to my officials, we don't hide anything. We will put forward the facts. If we are on the wrong side, we will see that we correct the situation. And I do believe in justice and fairness, but having said that, I also believe that our officials must also understand that they are also protected. They've got a difficult work and job to do. They're working with hardened criminals. And I want to say that to the committee, you must always keep that in mind. We had incidences where some of our people, after such an incident, ended up in hospital. So remember that. And for me, that is also important. It is about a balance of interests. The mere fact that investigators are here, heads of correctional centers, because they, for me, I always say that is the backbone of correctional services, because they are the responsible people that must ensure and know what's going on in their centers. And also the fact that Mangaung Correctional Center officials are here with G4S, and there are investigators present, so that the questions that can be asked by the honourable members can be thoroughly been answered. So that's from my side, and through you then, Honourable Chair, I hand over to the Commissioner that he can lead the presentation.
NC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. We have two presentations on unnatural deaths. The first presentation is a macro presentation that talks to an analysis of unnatural deaths, covering the past 3 financial years and the first quarter of this financial year. And then the second presentation treats unnatural deaths that took place in 3 correctional facilities, Mangaung, Kutut, and Oudtshoorn. So, Honorable Chairperson, we will request that we then present the two as one. Yes, Honorable Chairperson. Dr. Puerta will start with the macro presentation. After Dr. Puerta, Mr. Mashaba Taha will do the presentation on Mangaung, and then Mr. Gwambe will then do the presentation on Oudtshoorn and Kutut. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. They must be cautious of time when presenting. Dr. Botha?
Good morning. Thank you, Honourable Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Members of Parliament, committee members. I also acknowledge the presence of my executive, the Minister, Deputy Minister. Thank you, National Commissioner colleagues. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to present. I will try to be brief. You'll see it's quite a long presentation, and I think I want to echo the sentiment of the Minister. It's quite an important matter for us. So, Chairperson, if you look at the table of content, there's about 14 items on there, so I'll just highlight some of them, but I think what's important to note, in terms of our multifaceted approach, which is item number 13, but I'll go through the entire presentation. Then, Chair, if we go to slide 3, it talks about the purpose of the presentation is really just to praise the Portfolio Committee with regard to the confirmed unnatural deaths in DCS facilities for the past 3 financial years, but we also included Q1 of this financial year as part of the presentation as well. And then obviously item number 2 is very important, the strategy to curb unnatural deaths in the department, what we call the multifaceted operational plan. Then, Chair, the next slide is the legislative framework. I'm not going to go into detail on those. But worth noting there is obviously the Constitution of the Republic, which is the supreme law of the country, but also the Correctional Services Act number 111 of 1998. And then, Chairperson, also in terms of our psychological services policy procedures is very important. If you just go to the next slide there. And then, Chairperson, while I'm on this slide, you will see when we get to slide number 29, you will see there's some of these policies that's currently under revision and rework in order to be adaptive and responsive in terms of the new challenges. For example, the formal education policy that's currently under the review. in terms of the Ntuli judgment for the access of laptops for offenders, but we're also revising the policy on closed monitor facilities, our CMAX facilities. I just see the presentation is lagging, but in the interest of time, I'll proceed. I'm on slide 5 now, Chairperson, which talks about the executive summary. So, unnatural deaths in the correctional facilities typically involve fatalities resulting from causes such as homicide, suicide, accidents, and so forth. And Chairperson, if you go through the presentation, you will see suicide is the main contributing factor in terms of our performance. Then, Chair, addressing these issues requires implementation of a responsive, and the emphasis is on a responsive, multifaceted operational strategy with the objective to improve the mental health care, maintaining the required security posture, supported by technology, continuous development, and maintaining proper oversight. Then, Chair, the next slide that also talks about the background and discussion, and I'm not going to go into the first 3 bullets, but we know what happened in the apartheid era, especially in our prisons, when it comes to unnatural deaths, and you'll see the Truth and Reconciliation Commission exposes these as a product of torture and state killings. So, Chair, then we also give recognition to Judge Cameron et al. You will see in his book, Behind Prison Walls, indicated that the Commission's report contained disturbing accounts of torture and ill treatment. And then the last bullet there, the Department has made great strides to rectify past wrongdoings and is equally mindful of the fact that improvement of incarceration conditions requires further enhancement. So it's an ongoing process. Then, Chair, slide number 7, also in the background, I think what's important to note is the National Development Plan 2030, in terms of that everyone feels safe in South Africa. So we also have an obligation in terms of that plan. Then a combination of measures are in place to improve incarcerated conditions from a physical perspective, and there we refer to the physical infrastructure, a psychological perspective, and a spiritual perspective of these inmates. For example, Chairperson, I think you're well aware of the fact that JICS is also part of the governance structure that's also in terms of our Correctional Services Act, on the last bullet on page 7. Then, Chair, slide number 8, also in terms of the background. So we have measures and governance structures in place. For example, the department is obligated to report incidents, actions, and occurrence to the JICS in terms of the Correctional Service Act, and I'm not going to mention the specific sections, but when it comes to death of inmates, segregation of inmates, and also use of force. Then, Chair, on slide number 9, also part of the background discussion, you'll see Q1 of this financial year, which is also important, Chair, is that the total number of inmates was 179,000 against the approved bed space of 107,000, which translates to an overcrowded level of 52%. Chair, you will see when we get to the presentation, there's a direct relationship between overcrowded conditions and security incidents in our correctional centers. You will see then on the 3rd bullet there, we have 104,957, 64% of our inmate populations is sentence offenders. Then, Chair, on slide number 10, background and discussion, you'll see overcrowding in correctional centers impact directly and indirectly on a physical perspective, psychological perspective, and spiritual perspective of inmates in respect of the following. Obviously, if you look at item number 1, our bed space availability, obviously if you have overcrowded conditions, it will increase the stress levels and also increase directly the security incidents in correctional centers. The impact on security operations, it also impacts on self-sufficiency and sustainability. The limitation of available infrastructure contribute to small numbers of offenders allocated to special skills transfer, which also form part of our strategy. Offender development, rehabilitation programs, the overcrowded correctional centers also increase the security risks of officials to provide rehabilitation programs. So that is very important to note, Chairperson. Chair, I'm going to go to the next slide, which talks about the annual performance plan. Chair, I think you're well aware of the fact that we have an annual performance plan, and our performance in terms of deaths and unnatural deaths is obviously measured in terms of our annual performance plan. So we have those processes in place. So the performance on the recording of unnatural deaths are measured in terms of the percentage of confirmed unnatural deaths in correctional facilities. The indicator measured inmates who died from unnatural deaths confirmed in writing by a medical practitioner, post-mortem or autopsy report, and sometimes the delay in these reports also impact on our performance or the measurement and recording of our performance. And then a confirmed unnatural death required a medical practitioner to either confirm in writing on the notice of the death that the inmate died unnaturally, or the post-mortem. So that is self-explanatory, Chairperson. Chair, so on slide 12, also continuation on the annual performance plan, you'll see the source documentation for the measuring of confirming the performance comprise the following. We have a death register as per the healthcare policy and procedures. Our daily unlocked total of inmate population in terms of the G253, and I think that is a common denominator in most of our performance is in terms of our overcrowded conditions, but also in terms of our inmate population. And then the average inmate unlocked template for the reporting period. The data is collated from the death register and the daily unlock template. So we have processes in place in terms of how we measure and our performance in terms of this outcome. Chair, the next slide is just a chart that stipulates or summarizes the total number of deaths for the last 3 financial years and the first quarter of this financial year. Chair, you will see unnatural deaths 1144 for the period under review. The total is 1,718. Confirmed unnatural is 152, and then unconfirmed under investigation it's 422. So that is just a summary in total. Then, Chair, the next slide is just the root causes of the deaths category. As I already indicated, the first one, suicide. It's a main contributing factor, but followed by homicide. You will see when we get to that slide. And then overdosing, or in medical terms, poisoning, is also one of the main contributing factors mentioned on slide number 14. Then, Chair, if we go to slide number 15, it's a data on the categories of confirmed unnatural deaths for the past 3 financial years and this quarter, first quarter of this financial year. You will see there on the left-hand side, suicides was the leading cause of confirmed unnatural deaths in the correctional facilities for the past 3 financial years and quarter 1 of this current financial year. So there's a pie or Manhattan chart that actually showed the total number of deaths, 152 unnatural deaths. With the breakdown, you will see the leader there, suicide, followed by homicide, unknown causes, and substance overdose with a number of 8. Then, Chair, on slide number 16, confirmed unnatural deaths, you'll see for the past 3 financial years, you will see in 2022, 2023, it totaled 42, and then there was an increase in the next financial year, 2023, 2024, to 48, and then 2024, 2025, 55. So you will see there's an increase over the period of 13 in terms of increase, and that constitutes to increase of 30.9%. So it's quite alarming, and that is why we've implemented a multifaceted approach in dealing with that. Then, Chair, on slide number 17, confirmed unnatural deaths is a continuation per region. You will see the leading region with 13 is Gauteng, but it's also mostly populated or overcrowded correctional centers, and you will see it's followed by the LMN region with 12, Western Cape 6, and then Eastern Cape also with a total of 7 under that period. Then, Chair, on page, next slide, 18, a percentage of confirmed unnatural deaths in the correctional facilities per region for quarter 1 of this financial year. you'll see the common denominator there. For example, if you look at Gauteng, our target is 0.032%, and there was 2, and you'll see the common denominator through every, on all those line items is the inmate population. For example, 2 divided by 39,000, which equates to 0.005%. So that is our performance, and you'll see at the bottom line there, Chair, nationally, we're currently sitting at 7 over the inmate population of 164,158, which constitutes 0.004%. Then, Chair, if we go to the next slide, slide number 19, that talks about confirmed unnatural deaths at our PPP facilities. You will see we've recorded under that period, under the review, a total of 4 at Mangaung and 3 at Kutama. Then, Chair, consequence management on the next slide, slide number 20. During the past 3 financial years, a total of 88 officials have been charged with, for unnatural deaths of offenders. I think previously we indicated a total of 86, but we've rectified that after review of the numbers. And you'll see in terms of the various financial years, 2022, 23, it was 30, and under the last financial year, 2024, 2025, a total of 32. And I just want to indicate here that it is officials that charge not only for, in terms of the actual cause of the death, but also in contravention of perhaps standard operating procedures and so forth, that has been charged in terms of those offences. Then, Chair, on the next slide, which is slide number 21, it's just a pie graph chart in terms of consequence management. You will see the first bullet there, Chair. 46 out of 88 cases have been finalized, while 42 are still in process. The consequence management applied in the finalized cases are as follows. So there's the pie chart. You will see a total of 19 was acquittals, a total of 4 was dismissals, 6 written warnings, 2 verbal warnings, and then there was also 1 resignation. And then you'll see there on the right-hand side, Chair, suspension of out salary, a total of 9, and then 2 final written warnings. So, Chair, I'm going to jump to slide number 22. There's also continuation on consequence management. It's just a summary in terms of the management areas, but you'll see it there at the bottom line, the total of 88 number of officials charged. And then, for example, if you look at Kimberley, Chairperson, the total of number of officials charged is 29. Total number of cases of officials finalized 8. And then 21 officials as action out cases. Is that 21 referred to the total amount of officials that has been charged, not actually cases per se. Then, Chair, if we go to slide number 23, performance improvement strategy. There's one of our interventions that we've recently done this financial year is, if you look at the first bullet there, Chair, the department is continuously evolving the operational strategy to respond to the ever-changing environment, and in response unbundled the branch incarceration and corrections into 2 respective branches, namely branch incarceration and branch rehabilitation. So we have 2 different branches. You'll see, for example, branch incarceration. The purpose is to provide a safe and secure condition of detention consistent with maintaining the human dignity and of inmates. And under that branch, we have 3 chief directorates, which is security operations, facilities, self-sufficiency, and sustainability. Then, Chair, if you go to the next slide, slide number 24, branch rehabilitation also have 3 chief directorates. The first one is correctional programs, offender development, psychological, social, and spiritual services. And the purpose of that branch is to provide offenders with a needs-based programs and interventions to facilitate their rehabilitation and enhance their social reintegration. Then, Chair, in terms of our performance improvement strategy on page number 25, the main aim of the needs-based rehabilitation is to influence the offender to adopt to a positive and appropriate system of norms and values, alternative social integration opportunities, and the development life, social and employment skills. And then the second bullet there, the offender-focused programs offered therapeutical and non-therapeutical care and development skills, life skills. So you will see it's a consolidated strategy that we implemented. There's no one single strategy to curb unnatural death. So it's a cross-cutting strategy across the board. And then offenders who require in-depth therapeutical interventions are referred to specialized services, to social workers and psychologists, which is also very important in terms of our strategy on page number 25. Then, Chair, slide number 26, I think you will remember we said that technological advancement is important in terms of to curb security incidents. So we can report here today that we've also employed the artificial intelligence at the new center or new construction of our integrated security systems at St. Albans management area. It's a new system that we've implemented. You will see, for example, if you look at the third bullet there, we've employed now X-ray intelligence security equipment that takes away the human factor when it comes to scanning of parcels. So even these X-ray machines are connected to the control room, and if there's any contraband in that parcel, it will flag it automatically and take a screenshot. So that will take the human factor away, that you don't have an official sitting at the gate that's missing some of these contraband going into the correctional center. Then on slide 27, it's just a continuation. I'm not going to go into that, but it's part of our artificial intelligence installations. For example, you will see at St. Albans, we have installed number plate recognition systems and cameras. It's the first in South Africa correctional services. Then, Chair, in terms of our multifaceted approach, slide number 28, the department implemented a multifaceted approach by providing mental health care and support for inmates to reduce the risk of suicide and self-harm. This approach includes routine health care screening to identify inmates who may be at risk of health issues or suicidal behavior. So implement programs that offer counseling, peer support and rehabilitation that can provide inmates with coping mechanisms. And then also important, Chair, the last bullet, training of staff to recognize signs of distress and mental health issues, and obviously to respond to that. Then, Chair, slide number 29, it's also a continuation, and I've made mention to that in my opening slide when it comes to legislative framework. In terms of our multifaceted approach, in addition, the department embarked on the following interventions in support of this approach: conducting a feasibility study for the installation of prepaid programmable offender telephone systems with the objective to promote offender support, employment and maintenance of advanced security systems on a national level. So you'll see, Chair, in some of our previous presentations, we have integrated security systems that we brought back to life. Revising of the formal educational policy to accommodate the use of laptops under controlled conditions. That was prompted by the Ntuli judgment. Then a revised policy for the management of close monitoring correctional centers, CMAX and Supermax Empongweni, and I think the JICs will be very interested in this policy review. They also form part of that process. And then training of EST officials in dealing with the security incidents, appointment of additional psychologists and social workers, increased oversight capacity, inspections and security operations at our correctional centers. Then, Chair, I'm going to the conclusion of my presentation on slide number 30. Which is important. Overcrowding increases security risk, infringes on inmate privacy, limits their access to services, reduce offender opportunities, to participate in rehabilitation programs and places immense pressure on custodian officials. So the crux of the problem, if you look at our analysis, is the overcrowding conditions, because there's a direct relationship in terms of overcrowding and the increase of unnatural deaths recorded in our correctional centers. Then the department provides need-based social work, psychological and spiritual care services and programs to inmates in order to develop and promote their social functioning and mental well-being. And then, Chair, if we go to the slide number 31, which is my last slide, it's also the continuation in terms of the conclusion. We're all aware of the Nelson Mandela rules, so you'll see item number 3 there. Moreover, the rules oblige healthcare services in correctional facilities to evaluate and care for the physical and mental health of inmates, including those who have special needs. So healthcare delivery in a department is rendered in accordance with the international guidelines and legislations, policies and guidelines of the National Department of Health. So Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. I submit. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, members, senior management staff of DCS, colleagues, and let me acknowledge also G4S, MCC management, and JICS. I'm going to be presenting the report of Mangaung Correctional Center, and it's as follows. Following the escape of Thabo Bester in 2022, the National Commissioner invoked Section 112 on the 29th of March and appointed myself, Mr. Mashabataka, PAS, as a temporary manager to head Mangaung Correctional Center on the 30th of March 2023. My appointment was to restore operational stability and improve reporting, although my authority was reportedly undermined by certain managers, GFS management. On the 11th of March, 2025, there was a call-out drill, which is mandatory in terms of the contract, which was executed by members of the DST under the leadership of the Director Operations, Manager Operations, and Supervisor Security. During this search, after that call-out, a search was conducted. And let me just highlight one thing. I was not informed of the mandatory drill, which I was supposed to, because upon my appointment, when I started in Mangaung, I called the meeting of all the directors and the MD and emphasized that every incident that should happen in Mangaung during the day, during the night, I must be informed, especially by management of Mangaung. They have informed me about other previous call-outs, and I attended with my team. But this one, I was not informed at all. On the 12th of March, Mkumbeni collapsed in a cell which he shared with 3 inmates. He was transported to a healthcare facility in a wheelchair, where nurses found no pulse and called the on-site doctor. At 7:55, the doctor declared him dead after a brief examination and ordered a post-mortem, as the death was inconsistent with his medical history. He was a known asthma and RVD patient, previously treated for acute bronchospasm, but never referred to a public hospital since admission. At 8:56 on 12th of March, the acting controller reported the incident of the acting deputy regional to the acting Deputy Regional Commissioner of the Free State and Northern Cape. The contractor's failure to inform the temporary manager of the searches reflects unreasonable conduct inconsistent with correctional frameworks that safeguard inmate dignity, inhuman treatment, safe custody, and rehabilitation. On the 11th of March 2025, contractor arranged and conducted the quarterly compliance call-out drill. Only the controller was informed about the planned operation on 18 February 2025, but the temporary manager, which is myself, I was not informed because they know that every time when they inform me about any incident, I attend, irrespective of whatever time it is. The contractor breached the operational contractual obligation in that they allowed an official, Mr. Marman, to enter the correctional center with an amount of 800 rands. This happened immediately after the drill of the quarterly compliance scheme when decision was taken to search wards, unit Street 1 and 2. The allowed amount of money in possession of officials in the correctional center is 180. This is according to the policy of Mangaung Correctional Center. Officials are allowed to only carry 180, not more than that. After the planned searching of Street 1, the DST official, Mr. Marman, realized that he left his service bag in cell 6. After finding it alleged that his money was missing, this prompted the establishment of a team to search for money. Mrs. Marman, Moy, Martens, and Mutabi conducted the second searching. Offender Mkumbeni was assaulted and tortured during the attempts to force him to confess about the alleged missing money. This was a serious security breach by the contractor, as it also compromised the minimum detention standards. Official Moy was in the same cell with other officials while the assault torture was taking place, but he concealed the truth by alleging he did not witness the assault and confessed by Mrs. Marman and Mutsabi respectively. The contractor failed to uphold the concession contract obligation in that senior managers that were expected to exercise supervision and after searching did not attempt to stop the beating. So within that street which it was searched, the director of operations was there, the manager of operations was there, the supervisor security was there, and then they did not stop the beating, and then they claimed that they did not hear any screaming when Mkumbeni was assaulted. It was evident on the video footage that Ms. Anneke Lekharantje, Ms. Aida Malangabe, and Derek de Klerk were in close proximity of the cell during the assault and torture of the offender. The above-mentioned officials misled the department by deposing affidavits that suggest that they did not see or hear the screaming of the offenders in cell 6. The contractor misled the department through their intelligence official, Mr. Sipondulu, who, whilst confirming that he had and saw the DST requesting offender Mpom Kumbeni to take out the money, denies witnessing any assault and torture. The contractor failed to complete the incident report on the 800 rands that was found in cell 6 during the searching, together with incident reports of contrabands found on 11 March 2025. And it was not even handed in as the confiscated money, but reported only in the afternoon of the 12th of March 2025 at 12:21. The duty director, Mr. Monakadi, reported it at 13:39. So normally when there's an incident at night, the night duty operations office supervisor will report to the duty director, and the duty director must report to the controller. And then I requested that I must be on the same WhatsApp group so that I can get the information as well. So the information was not reported as expected. Mr. Marman took the money and used 200 rands. On the following day, he was called by Ms. Lekharantje to take photos of the nose and forward to the office. Mr. Marman confirmed that he went to borrow a similar 200 rand note on the advice of Ms. Lekharantje, with the view of misleading the department that it was the same of the alleged recovered 800 rands. And I must also stress that none of the managers that were in charge saw the money. None of them saw the money. Director operations, manager operations, and supervisor security, none of them saw that money, which they said it was lost. The number of offenders that were alleged to be in the cell when the money was found indicate only 3, yet 4 inmates accommodated in cell. They mentioned 3 of Mkumbeni's cellmates, so he was not mentioned, Mkumbeni, when they were reporting. They did not mention that Mkumbeni was part of that cell. As it was confirmed by Mrs. Marman and Mutabi, the contractor pre-drafted a statement for them to align theirs in accordance with after they heard about the death of offender Mpom Kumbeni, indicating that they should deny assaulting the offender. They were told by both Ms. Anneke Lagrange and Mr. Derek de Klerk that if they change the statement, they will be on their own. This is a serious breach and an intentional effort to mislead the department. This was immediately after it was brought to my attention by the acting Deputy Regional Commissioner of the Free State that there was a WhatsApp that is going around which is alleging that an offender was so assaulted. I immediately called the meeting of all the directors and then I asked them if ever they know anything about it. That is when the director operations indicated that there was a search, but he does not know about any assault. It has been found, as confirmed by offenders Kopani Kubega and Sirobe, that Ms. Lagrange informed the DST officials during the assault and torture of Mpom Kumbeni that they should not assault him on the face. Thank you. They should not assault him on the face, but rather on the body, in order to avoid visible injuries. It has been found that when the unit officials reported to the nursing personnel that offender Mpom Kumbeni has collapsed, and at around 7:45 on 12 March 2025, the nurses did not go to the unit, rather they waited for the offender to be brought to the emergency examination room with a wheelchair. It is confirmed by both professional nurses, Mpo Liswetsa and Kiso Pahlani, that they could not detect any pulse on the arm, neck, groin of the offender. The doctor was called to examine and certify the offender dead. The use of the wheelchair was not suitable, as seen on the video footage, that the offender's head was swinging very loose with no control, and the legs could not rest or be contained on the wheelchair. Offender Thabo Ratulo, who was pushing the offender, Mpom Kumbeni, gave a statement that the offender was already dead en route to the hospital. The post-mortem report determined the cause of death to be unnatural, pointing to complications secondary to the pepper spray and the blunt force trauma. It was uncovered through the investigation that the contractor and its employees sought to conceal the truth and obscure the investigation. This is viewed in serious light as it tantamount to defeating the ends of justice. All three surviving cellmates of the deceased, including all other officials who were at the searching, did not see the alleged 800 rands as opposed to the 5 DST officials who were in the cell. Therefore, the allegation of the missing money are not substantiated. The postmortem report revealed blunt force trauma as confirmed by both Mr. Marman and Mutabi. Therefore, assault is substantiated. Allegation that the last 2 DST officials who left the cell last sprayed pepper spray when exiting the cell is therefore substantiated by the postmortem report. The dereliction of duties by Mr. de Klerk, Mrs. Lagrange and Malangabe is substantiated as they failed to supervise the secondary searching where assault and torture took place, not verifying that the alleges missing money was found, and lastly, reporting it in accordance to reporting procedures in places at MCC. The allegation that G4S staff is comprised mostly with family members and relatives is substantiated as a result of their previous and current recruitment strategy. DCS is not affected by those relations as long as staffing levels are complied with in terms of the contract. Recommendations. The case is being investigated by the SAPS. 4 DST officials from MCC were charged with murder, and they have appeared in court and were remanded in Grootvlei, awaiting trial, and then they went to court in June, and then they were given bail of 2,000 rand each. They are appearing again today in court. And we also opted in considering to open the case of defeating the ends of justice against contractor and its employees. And it was, the investigating officer referred us to the matter to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor responded saying that he is not able to open a case of defeating the ends of justice. And as a temporary manager, I am given the responsibility to ensure disciplinary actions and other corrective measures applicable that they are taken. As a result, that has not been done as yet because I only received the G4S investigation report on the 4th. Initially, it was on the 3rd of September, but it was not signed, and I returned it. And then I got it in the morning, on the morning of the 4th of September, 2024. And then I have been studying it to see, to it that when I go back to the center, I will meet with management so that they can start the process of disciplinary proceedings against those that are found to have done wrong. Notices have been issued by the controller. And in terms of the recommendations of the investigators, they recommend that they consider that the contract be cancelled. That is the end of my report. Thank you.
Before we get to the next one, you were saying you received the report on the 4th of September
The report, yes, Honorable Chair,
from G4S.
from G4S.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct that, whether...
Their investigation. Their
Yes,
investigation
I'm saying
report
I wanted to capture when did you receive it?
on the 4th of September,
Okay.
2025.
Thank you. Which is
Thank you.
next? Goodwood?
Greetings, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the National Commissioner of Correctional Services and the Apex leadership of the department. Greetings to everyone present here. I am going to give the report of what transpired at Goodwood, and the report is as follows. On the 16th of February 2025, inmate Quintin Fortune, with registration number 224571899, attacked officials at C6 unit at Goodwood Correctional Center with a sharpened object during the unlocking. The incident happened at approximately 8 o'clock in the morning. Officials from Goodwood Correctional Center controlled and restrained the inmate, who was afterwards assaulted. The inmate was declared dead due to unnatural causes on the 16th of February 2025 at Karl Bremer Hospital. Mr. Manise was attacked by the inmate on the set date, and as per the norm, the officials requested for a backup, and it is clear that inmate 14 was assaulted by the officials and he fatally succumbed from the injuries as contained in the autopsy report. The force was used by officials was not commensurate to the threat posed by the inmate, especially after he was subdued, disarmed, and was just lying on the floor. It is evident that the acting head of the center, because the incident happened during a weekend, abdicated his responsibilities by failing to take control and give direction of that volatile situation. The use of force was not applied for in line with Section 32 of the Correctional Services Act and the standard operating procedures of the department. Mr. Machoba and Mr. Shumane acted with dishonesty by backdating the application on the use of force from the date of the 17th to the 16th as if force was applied for. We also established that there is no control over the TONFA registers. Hence, it was difficult to establish whose TONFA broke during the assault of the inmate. The inmate was dragged from the unit to the hospital. It's a distance using a blanket, and the distance is far. The integrated security system is not fully functional, as all doors are wide open. Some of the CCTV cameras are on blind spots. The recording device at control room is not functional and unable to give an account of all the movements and actions that happened or happens in the center. These were the recommendations, Chair. That is the list of the officials that the investigating team recommended that they should be subjected to a formal disciplinary hearing. The next page also speaks to 1 or 2 people who are already in that list. Perhaps one must also give the status of the process itself. Where is it now? The disciplinary hearing commenced in July, and there were points in limine that were raised by the defense, in which the employer responded, and the chairperson made a resolution, and that the matter is scheduled to sit and continue on the 15th to the 19th of September. I'm giving that information, Chair, because I'm also the initiator of that disciplinary process. We are moving to Otswarren. Perhaps the claim about Otswarren, Chair, will be that we are still in a process of investigating that matter. The investigation is not yet finalized, but the background is as follows. Otswarren Correctional Center is a facility that accommodates both remand detainees, sentenced offenders, with an approved bed space of 303, and due to overcrowding, the levels are very high. They are sitting at 132%. There is 232 remand detainees and 472 sentenced. The grand total there is 704. The staff complement of the Correctional Center is 126 against the approved and funded post-establishment of 136. And on that day, the officials on duty were 104. I will skip that paragraph, I'll come back to it. On the 6th of August 2025, the management area initiated a joint searching operation at Otswarren Medium A with the EST of the Southern Cape, First Response Team, and Otswarren SAPS. And then the HCC addressed the parade on the 7th of August, indicating that there was a joint operation the previous night with SAPS, and that they've picked up some resistance from offenders at a unit. As such, the security will be strengthened because there were allegations of a possible retaliation. I did say that we are still in the process of an investigation as to whether the strengthening was adequate. We are still busy with those modalities. Then the searching itself was comprised of the following personnel: 23 emergency support team with 2 K9, the Correctional Center Security Intervention Team, which had 28 members, and the South African Police Services, which had 92 members. The stats are important in the sense that they approved, delegation of the SAPS by the management area was 45, but then SAPS came, they were 92. I'll perhaps extrapolate when there is time to say how does it link perhaps to what transpired on the 7th. Then on the 7th, officials unlocked at cell 5, and while the offenders came out to be counted, offender Simpiwe Celisi, Dominic Williams, Zwai Luyolo Mhlungulwana attacked officials using the knives, sharpened objects, and offender Buchi Bulelani Rasta used a padlock to attack officials. The siren went off and officials reinforced security at a unit, especially in cell number 5. After the stabbing, offenders barricaded the doors of cell 5 using the beds. The officials shot the tear gas, which forced the offenders to open the door. and officials used minimum force. The alleged instigators were identified, reclassified, and some were transferred to other correctional centers. Currently, we have taken 33 statements. The team is at George, continuing with the investigation. The incident was reported, that is a reference number to JICS. The team also met to give moral support to the officials that were stabbed. The investigators will, after collecting documentary and oral evidence, make recommendations for further course of action, including but not limited to management practice to mitigate against the repeat of such an incident. The incident was reported to SAPS, JICS, and forensic pathologists. The investigation team has uncovered irregularities in the planning and execution of the joint search operation. Then the investigation is not yet finalized. And see, that is the end of the presentation, Chair. But when more clarity perhaps will be solicited, one will be in the position to respond as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think when clarities or questions are solicited, you'd equally be assisted by the regional commissioner and the head of the center. That's the reason why they're here. And thank you so much for the presentation done by, I might not know your names, which is Mangaung, Kudut. You did both Kudut and Osaran. And you are the lead investigator.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. And Mangaung is the temporary
manager, Mashabataka.
who is undermined. That's what you reported. I'm repeating it.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. NC, do you want to close off before I allow members? Do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It's just one point that also the Goodwood incident was reported to SAPS. Mr. Kwambe didn't mention that. It's part of the normal procedure. We report to JICS, we report to SAPS.
Okay.
Opening of a case.
It also, JICS has also that reference number that it was showing. Okay. TM?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the report went to the details, and like the Minister said initially, to say we were not undermining the portfolio or not giving the report timeously. But these incidences are very sensitive, proper investigations and giving the proper report to the portfolio. It's key for us as a department, and hence we are here with the entire team. But also want the portfolio to take note that some of the cases that we wanted to open against some members, the prosecution refuse or decline for further, like the defeating of the ends of justice, which was declined, which is a problem where there are incidences, you take them to SAPS, and then prosecution is not convinced that those cases, they can stand the test of time. I think it's a matter that we can, as we further engage with the ministry or the department, those matters can be also highlighted. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, TM. Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. At this stage, I think, as you said that before you take questions, that after the questions, I know that you were going to give me an opportunity again. Then I will give a summary from my side.
Thank you. And thanks once again for the reports. We do understand the sensitivity part that comes with the reports, but that preliminary report to the portfolio committee would have made justice. But for us to be asking for reports and nothing comes, it gives us an impression that work has not been done. So the only thing that we wanted was accountability, that there is action being taken on some of these incidents. So where there is nothing, then there would be an assumption that there is no work to it. And hence our reiteration that in an absence of reports that would request it, we will schedule you to come and account on those certain things. And it's on that basis that we're having this meeting. Members, questions, clarities? Mrs. Ngaba, you'll start. Engel, you'll follow. Ms. James, Honorable Sokopo, Honorable Niehaus, Babkas. How? Being phezu kwakho, Babkas. In that sequence. Ms. Ngaba?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to start on the actual presentations themselves. It is a little bit disappointing that what we are receiving is, I don't know how to explain it. So, for example, the statuses of the cases in the second presentation were not up to date. I don't know why that would be. In the second presentation, when you're giving us the occupancy of Oudtshoorn, 700 people in a 300 bed space prison is not 132%, it's over 200%. It doesn't look like care was taken in the reporting of these matters, and I just want to table that. Moreover, in the first presentation, I was gonna go crazy about what is happening at Biza Makate, only to find out last night it was changed. It's actually Kimberley that's got the problem. Why is this the case, that you're still making changes at the last minute? We prepare in advance and we should be able to expect you to do the same. So I'm going to start with the first presentation. On slide 13, you have 422 unconfirmed or under investigation. How many of them are still under investigation? And then I want to go to 15. So you've classified all of these as unnatural and then broken it down into homicides and suicides, but then you've also got unknown causes. How is a death classified as unnatural if you don't have the actual cause? Can you just explain what's happening with those category of cases? I also wish to note, as was done, just the increase in the unnatural deaths on slide 16. You're clearly on a bad trajectory, and I'd like to know what you guys are doing about it. Then I would like to go to slide 21. You've got the table with the various sanctions. Now, again, just a reminder, this presentation is on unnatural deaths. Can you explain to me how you get a verbal warning for an unnatural death? Are these people who participated in the death of an inmate and then got off with a verbal warning? What does that even mean? Why would you get a written warning or any sort of warning? Surely it should be dismissal, or if you are acquitted, you can keep your job. I don't see how people can participate in those types of activities and get off with a written warning. Even if you're an offender, your life matters. It should get more than a written warning. So I would also then like to go back to 22, which I highlighted. You've got cases of 29 officials charged at Kimberley. Now, yes, you've got 12 at Goodwood, 9 at St. Albans. Others are bad, but is anyone actually looking into what is happening at Kimberley? Is there any investigation underway, whether from the NC's office, to figure out what's happening there? And then the last thing I want to say on this first slide, on this first presentation, so from 29 onwards, Dr. Puerta, you took us through the multifaceted approach. I have to say, I find it incredibly dubious, these measures. When you guys appeared before us on the 24th of June, a third of your psychological posts were vacant. I don't think you have the capacity to do the sort of work that you are telling this committee that you are doing. So can you please indicate, based on the numbers from the 24th of June, how many of those vacancies have been filled? How many have even been advertised? How far are you in bridging that gap? Because in the absence of that, it's not actually possible for you to do the things you're telling us you're going to do. And then I want to move to the presentation on the specific correctional centers. In the triple Ps, no, let me go back, sorry, at Goodwood, there is a list of names on slide 18. Now, in 19, you told us that Mr. Shumani, that matter began continuing on the 15th, but that list of people, when you say they must be subjected to disciplinary hearings, has it actually started? What is the status of those employees? And then I also want to know on Mangaung, there was in the report, there's a lot of indications of where the contract was breached. Now, we all know that it's not likely, it will not be renewed, but my question is, between now and the actual end of it, do you have means to remedy those breaches? Or is it a case of there's nothing you can really do until it's over? I mean, in the absence of them trying to keep the contract, how do you remedy that? Do you have clauses in the contract that allow you to issue penalties where there have been flagrant breaches of the contract? I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Ngaba. Engel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's two presentations, the macro and the micro, I think it was called. But just a quick observation first. This, both presentations paints a rather disturbing picture of life behind bars in our correctional centers. Because year after year...
G4S is with us, Engel. Can you bring that voice?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit ill. Each one of these deaths represent not only a loss of life, but also a failure on the correctional system to provide safe custody and dignity and rehabilitation. And we need, as a portfolio committee, it's our responsibility to demand not only the explanations that's given here today, but the size of corrective actions with timelines and accountability, and the assurance that these tragedies will not be repeated, or else we risk normalizing the unacceptable, that people placed in the custody of the state can lose their lives through neglect, violence, or abuse without any consequences, which is obviously unacceptable. Now, in terms of the macro presentation, the presentation shows annual figures on unnatural deaths, but does not clearly outline whether these deaths are increasing or decreasing year on year. Can the department provide the committee with a trend analysis to show whether interventions are having any measurable impact? The number of psychologists in the department remains unacceptably low. Given the scale of mental health challenges in correctional centers and the direct link to suicides and self-harm, what concrete plans does the department have to urgently increase this capacity to an acceptable level, and how will this be achieved within existing budgetary constraints? What are the number of psychologists and social workers working in correctional services at the moment, and what's their average caseloads, and what are the respective vacancy rates? The presentation notes that 86, and I think it was corrected, were charged over the past 3 years in connection with unnatural deaths, with only half of these cases finalized. Why has consequence management stalled, and what measures ensure that staff are held accountable without undue delay? Gang violence is a root cause of many homicides. Can the department report on the current functioning and effectiveness of their specialized gang task team? Are highly skilled officials such as the Paulsmoor official currently completing his PhD on prison gangs being utilized effectively in this fight? Or are such resources underused? The department highlights the new AI-driven security system at St. Albans. What measurable impact has this technology had on reducing contraband assaults and unnatural deaths? And when will it be rolled out nationally? And how much has been budgeted for this? Why does the APP measure unnatural deaths as a percentage instead of providing absolute numbers per category, which would allow the committee to assess trends more transparently? The department has presented strategies, but implementation lags behind. What are the clear timeframes and milestones for the multifaceted approach to reduce unnatural deaths? And how will progress be reported back to this committee? On the 3 investigative reports that we received, the investigation into Mangaung shows offenders were tortured and assaulted during a search linked to missing money. How can the department not end the contract with G4S given repeated and serious breaches of inmate dignity and safety? And maybe you should see this as a rhetorical question. Why was the temporary manager deliberately excluded from critical security operations, and what accountability measures have been taken against G4S managers who undermine his authority? The findings point to systemic attempts to cover up the death of Mpho Mkumbeni, including pre-drafted false statements and misleading affidavits. Has the department formally laid charges of defeating the ends? Well, you answered that one. What's the reason being given why defeating the ends of justice will not be opened by the police? Because I don't think it is within their jurisdiction to decide what they're going to open or not. Given the repeated failures at Mangaung, what is the status of the court case to end this contract? In terms of Goodwood, the autopsy report confirmed that inmate Quentin Fortuin died from injuries after being assaulted by officials. How does the department explain officials backdating reports and manipulating TONFA registers to obscure responsibility? The integrated security system at Goodwood was described as not fully functional. Why has the department allowed such a critical system to remain broken? And what is the timeline for restoring full surveillance capacity? How long has the system been broken at the time of the incident? What specific disciplinary actions has been taken against the head of centre, Mr. Shumane, who failed to exercise control during this fatal incident? Oudtshoorn. The Oudtshoorn report highlights overcrowding of 132%, with only 104 staff on duty against an establishment of 136. How does the department expect staff to maintain safety under these conditions? The investigation uncovered irregularities in the planning and execution of the joint search operation. Who authorized the operation, and what consequences have followed for those responsible for poor planning that put both inmates and officials at risk? What urgent measures are being put in place to prevent a repeat of such violent retaliations, particularly in facilities where gang activities and overcrowding converge? Across all 3 cases, the pattern of concealment, falsified reports, and poor accountability is striking. How will the department restore credibility when officials themselves are implicated in cover-ups? Why is there still no clear system ensuring that jigs receive immediate, complete, and accurate reports on all unnatural deaths despite the legal requirements? And I'm referring here to the discrepancy between JICS figures and DCS figures. There's something does not add up. Thank you, Madam Chair. From my side, that's it.
Ms. James?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Minister, ons kan nie sê dis die eerste maal wat hierdie tipe van dinge aangaan in the prisons here in South Africa. I think two things that caught me that I'm stuck with here today while going through that report, and one cannot be diplomatic about it, is when I heard the words, dragged on a blanket. Dragged on a blanket. When I heard the presenter saying that he was carried on a wheelchair with his head dangling and his feet probably sweeping the floor. That is inhumane, to say the least. These are the stories we read about during the time of apartheid. And I cannot believe in today's day and age we still hear of such heinous, horrendous, heartbreaking stories unfolding in our prisons. Minister, this is a direct, unfortunately, reflection on you. This is during your watch where this is happening. All of those officials implicated in this, all of them tried to cover up. Not one stood up ethically and spoke the truth. Reports were tampered, misleading information was given by not one person, by everyone in all of these cases. We have been highlighting time and time again, and I'm sitting here this morning and I'm listening to everyone, and I'm asking myself, you know what, previously we have given suggestions, we have made recommendations, and 6 months after us making those recommendations, we go back to those facilities, and no one has taken the time or day to actually implement not a single recommendation. I speak to something as simple as, if you look at these suicide stats, drug overdose stats, the state should actually be charged for all of these murders, if you look at it. Because this is negligence from the state. Our prisons are meant to be drug-free zones. How did the drugs enter a prison that's meant to be a drug-free zone? Who do you blame? Who accounts for that death? It should be the state. When you look at the suicides, the high rate of suicides, if we should conduct, I want to know what percentage of those suicide-related deaths were autopsies performed. Because I can tell you one thing, you'll find that those people were probably hallucinating, and this was also as a result of mental health and drug-related deaths. You'll find that a great percentage. I'm asking, we speak about gang-related attacks in the prisons. It's not the first time force is being used, gang-related. I want to know, in South Africa, we have the Poker Act. National Commissioner, are you aware of the Poker Act? NC? Are you aware of the Poker Act? Just a nod. Why are we not utilizing the Poker Act in our prisons to identify gangs? And I spoke about this the other day when we spoke about that system that was meant to be introduced in 2025, where we actually assess the inmate coming in and actually identifying, because gangs, prisons in this day and age, it's a university for gangs. Why are we not identifying when people belong to gangs in prison and actually charging them via the Poker Act? That is another tool that you should be using as part of your programs that you are introducing. All of those programs that you are introducing now, we spoke about it, and we actually had the presentation the other day by the lady when we were on our strat meeting, and we said we cannot even measure the effectiveness of any of these programs in our prisons. Why? Because there's no integrated system that actually can hold all of this information. So vandag gaan ons maar nou weer hier kom, and I'm going to leave this place thinking about a body that was dragged on a blanket and this wheelchair incident that just has me, I can't believe it. But we're going to come back here and we're going to conduct oversight again, Chairperson, and guess what? You see all those catches hanging out the windows. No one's going to make it their effort today to actually just send out a simple memorandum asking those officials actually just to take off everything off the windows. Just to make sure that there's no cling wrap in any of those cells that contributes, because these are the real stories, to pushing up contrabands. Just to make sure that there's no toilet papers. There's so many little things that you can do in your centers to avoid these incidents. But we're going to go back, and I'm not telling you a word of a lie. We're going to find all of these things there that makes these places conducive for drug overdoses and conducive for suicides. Minister, all of these things, I want to leave you with this, happened during your time, on your watch. Thank you.
Honorable Sokobo.
Thank you, Chair, and let me take the opportunity to welcome the presentations on the 3 prisons.
How do you classify that one? There's
They
a
are
macro
disturbing.
and the disturbing one.
The disturbing one. The macro one of Bota, it's macro, and the other 3 are disturbing.
Okay,
And I'll get to that.
thank you.
Because they are not welcoming. Chair, I wanted to check on correctional service, on the macro presentation. What would have been a comment of DCS on its compliance with Section 15, Section 30, Section 32 of the Correctional Service Act? And how many litigations that you have which relate to negligence in correctional centers of a non-compliance with the provision? 2, Chair, recommendations that you got from JICS on unnatural deaths. To date, in these 3 years that you have just presented, how many have you implemented? And how long does it take you to finalize consequence management cases that affect, which implicates officials? I see suicide as a trend, Chair. Maybe we must accept or rather acknowledge that the DCS with the sort of professional skills don't have the capacity to manage or to circumvent suicide. Because in their own admission in June, they raise a view of short of staff, particularly on social workers and psychologists. So I'm sure they would have to find some other ways, whether it's crash course working on their officials to deal with the issue. Now we go to the disturbing, Chair. Mangaung. That face looks familiar, Chair. It's not family, looks familiar. I think it's Mashabataka from Kronstadt in the 90s. Am I right? Oh, okay.
Don't reveal the ages, please.
No, I'm just
They are
saying that
offending
the
some
face
of
looks
us.
familiar, and I think I know him from Kronstadt in the late 90s. Chair, and I'm going straight to him, that I'm sure he might have browsed the report that arrived late of G4S of the 4th. I really want to know, Chair, the they are saying that they allow their people to have 180 rand on them. And here, an inmate died because of 800 rand. And I'm wondering, what does this report from Chief 4S says about this incident of their own, who have first did not comply with their own policy. And to date, they find all other things to deal with this inmate. For 800 rand. Goodwood Chair, the report says that 14 was unarmed already. And there is no way that it was self-defense anymore. So the death of 14, it's murder. And I'm trying to check that, because Section 32 of Correctional Service Act, which deals with minimum force, could have not been applied here. There is no such. Oton. I reported here in January or February that I did an unannounced visit to Oton. And I said in this house that there's problems in Oton on security and anything. I make that point here. And I further says, actually, Minister, there is break-ins in prison. People from outside come and break in the yards of correctional service. Not the other way around. Chair, it tells me that at correctional service, we have our own people that we take as people that works on security. Mhluli, that is called EST. The fact that they procured or asked for the police to come to be part of a search, that indicates, Chair, there were serious issues taking place in Oton. And I would want to believe that the RC and or the National Commissioner might have given this go-ahead to say, like I would say, if the police are struggling somewhere, the president would then say, take the soldiers, let them be part of that. So in this case, I would want to know, is it the RC, is it the NC who give an instruction that the police must form part of a search? In fact, if you look at the number that was stated here, it looks like police were even more than the wardens. So it says there was a crisis, which I think it would have needed. Maybe I must direct this to the National Commissioner. It means that there was a national crisis in Oton, which have needed, and correctional service itself did not have the capacity to deal with the risk. That's what it says. For that, correctional service had to go and ask the police to come and assist with what we find ourselves in here. Again, Chair, like I said, it's disturbing, and Honorable Engelbrecht have raised it. All three incidents, deals with death. The Otoron one is not yet complete, the investigation, but these two seems to be completed. And on both, there was an attempt, a serious one, if not confirmed, defeat of end of justice. And if that's the case, I'm sure such people have to be charged criminally. And my interest is to know both Mashabatara and the investigator of the Western Cape, is there any attempt at least to take that route and go and open cases against those that have found it very serious, to make sure that they treat, and I see the report even makes comparison of apartheid and today. It can't be a comparison. Sir. You are comparing apples and cabbages. They are both green, but the one is a fruit, the one is a veg. we understood and accepted that apartheid was a Honduras era. But we can't even make a comparison if we are improving in one level, compare ourselves with apartheid. It can't be, it's incorrect. I don't want to talk politics, I'll leave it to Umbangazit. Our people were not, the constitution during apartheid system considered us as animals. So we can't make comparison with the horrendous things like apartheid. So I really want to know, is there any move to charge those that were trying their level best to defeat the end of justice? Chair, I think for now, let me hold there. I'm sure, Chair, you have seen the difference between the two reports.
The micro and the disturbing ones. I now understand your assertion on that. Honorable Niehaus, I don't want to say Utoban Bangazita. No, Honorable Niehaus, it's you now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me thank the Department of Correctional Services for the macro and the micro reports that they presented to us. Both those reports are deeply disturbing. Chair, it doesn't help to put on slide 9 of the macro report the issues around apartheid-era prisons and the harsh conditions that prevailed in those prisons. It sounds to me as if the department is trying to tell us that things have significantly improved since then. Unfortunately, they haven't, although they should have improved significantly. Because today we have a constitution driven by a set of human rights values. But when I look at both these two, as I've said, disturbing reports, I do not see them being driven by the human rights values that are set out by our Constitution. Chair, we have become a society tolerant of what is unacceptable. I can tell you that in many other countries throughout the world, if reports like this were presented, it would have led to a national outrage. There would have been calls for the senior officials, including also the political responsible executive, the minister, deputy minister, to resign. Unfortunately, in our society, we've become far too tolerant of these kind of situations. Chair, if we look at the figure of the increase of unnatural deaths in prison, it is 30%. This is not improving, it is getting worse. Now I understand that there's the issue of the increase in terms of overcrowding, because as the report points out to us, more prisoners come in than those who go out. And of course, at the essence of the dreadful experience that prison in South Africa is the issue of overcrowding. Every one of us, as members of this committee, who go on oversight visits, can see that. But what we can also see is that the figures as they are presented to us, the breakdown in terms of unnatural deaths, suicides, overdoses, etc., all in one way or another overlap. Chair, I want to know from the department how they can tell us specifically that the various figures on suicide, which is the highest number that they give here, are actually suicides? And which of those related also to the manner in which inmates have been treated or neglected? We know very well that suicide, under conditions such as that I've just described, can't simply be said that these prisoners have decided to take their lives. There may very well be many other conditions, including also the manner in which correctional services officials treat these inmates. At the same time, Chair, there's this dreadful lack of psychological assistance to prisoners. Some of my colleagues have referred to the numbers. I don't need to go into them again. But we do not have even a semblance of proper treatment of the challenges that prisoners are being faced with. Nor do we have enough psychologists to even begin to treat those conditions. So, Chair, we have a situation where we are told that there are unknown causes of death. It's one of the statistics being presented to us here. I don't understand how you can come and tell me that there's unknown causes of death. Surely there must be a proper assessment and reporting, and it must be known how that prisoner died. It is unacceptable in this day and age to come and tell us there were unknown causes of death and give it as a statistic to us in this committee. Furthermore, Chair, I cannot accept, even if the department tells us that these are serious matters and they were busy investigating, that it took them months and months and months before they could even provide us provisionary reports on the serious cases in the second report that had been presented to us. In the case of Mpho Mkhubeni, he died on the 12th of March. We are told that there was only a report available on the 4th of September. In the meantime, we were not given any communication by the department. One of the critical abilities that this department should have is to communicate to us as a portfolio committee. We also picked up that there were gaps in the communication between the department and JICS. And some of the statistics that are presented do not tally. Even when we had JICS appearing before us, Mr. Justice Cameron indicated concerns about communication and reporting by the department. This is dereliction of duty. Chair, then specifically on the 3 reports in the second presentation. It cannot be that we continue to hear that G4S undermines the department. We have an acting director appointed to take control on behalf of the Department of Correctional Services. But that person comes to us today and report to us that he has been undermined by G4S. And he gives us a detailed report. It's as much his and the department's failure as it is G4S, because the department should have taken the necessary and stronger action in order to deal with this issue. It also cannot be, Chair, that G4S, although we've said that the term of control of this prison at Mangaung will come to an end, can continue until that period is played out. That term of control must be stopped right now. They have failed over and over and over again. And anything that the Department of Correctional Services and our government allows that G4S to continue to control Mangaung prison will be a dereliction of duty. So it must stop. I want to know how the department dealt with the family of Mpho Nkobeni. I was approached by that family, and they were deeply distraught by the various misinformation that was put out by the department. There was defeating the ends of justice all the time. If we look at this current report that we've received, and we compare it with the media reports that were originally published about what happened, Mr. Nkobeni was long already passed on. But according to the reports, he was apparently alive going to hospital. Blatant lies. Those people responsible for those lies must be held responsible. Chair, if I look at the Goodwood report, unacceptable use of severe violence, even at the point where the particular prisoner was not armed and it was undue force used. I want to know what is being done beyond what we have been told here to address these issues. I'm going to conclude because many of my colleagues have gone into the detail of this. But I want to tell you that our prisons, unfortunately, are failing the human rights culture that we say that we are committed to. I want to tell you that the comparison that you tried to make between the apartheid era and this era now is a false comparison, because very little has changed. We are failing ourselves. We are failing our human rights culture, and we are committing serious crimes. And I repeat it once again. Minister, Deputy Minister, officials, there are many other countries that if you came to present a report like this, you would have been without a job tomorrow. This country is far too intolerant, far too tolerant of the unacceptable. And it is time for us to draw that line in the sand and say, this cannot continue. And I agree with my colleague, the Honorable James, that we will go back next week and the week after and the year after. If things continue as they continue now, and we will not see any difference. We will continue to see the conditions under which these prisoners are being held. And we will continue to see the abuse of human rights. I come from an era where Nelson Mandela set certain standards, and you refer to those standards in your presentation. You failed dismally. I know personally what it means to be in the prison. I know what it means to be maltreated, to be abused. I'm not saying prisons should be hotels. Definitely not. I'm also not saying that we should not have consideration, and I heard what the minister said, for the complicated and difficult conditions under which prison officials have to work. But none of that justifies what we have been receiving this morning. And none of that justifies what I see and what the rest of us, as we sit here as members of this portfolio committee, see when we go into our prisons. The overcrowding is a problem, yes. Massive. We must try to address it. But the levels at which prisoners are being abused in our prison system are unacceptable. And you cannot tell me, and I'm concluding with this, Chair, that this large number of suicides that you present in your report simply means that prisoners have decided to make an end to their lives. There's a consequence, there's a reason why those suicides are there. And they relate to the conditions in prison. And they also relate to the manner in which prisoners are being treated by prison officials. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus. Babkasa.
Thank you, Chair. I'll touch on Dr. Potha's presentation, which details homicide and suicide within centers. But it's silent on the impact of societal stability. Every unnatural death of a perpetrator behind bars represents a profound failure of the state primary duty to protect its citizens from each other, even after arrest. And this failure shatters the social contract with victims and communities who believe that incarceration would end the threat. Now, the minister, can you explain how this epidemic of violence inside the state facilities, which effectively delivers extrajudicial killings, contributes to anything other than the complete erosion of public trust in the criminal justice system and normalization of violence in our society? Then, coming to overcrowding. Overcrowding is a key driver of violence. The Gauteng region specifically cited the high influx of undocumented foreign nationals as a cause of its overcrowding. What is the department-specific protocol developed in conjunction with Home Affairs for the expedited processing and potential deportation of incarcerated foreign nationals to alleviate this pressure? Does the current approach merely create a revolving door for, that burdens the system and fuel xenophobic tensions? rather than providing a clear, efficient, and human resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Babgasa. I think members have reiterated a lot of clarities and questions that they would have sought both on the micro report and the other three reports, which I would concur with members that they are disturbing reports, which we would have received. I equally have few clarities or questions that I would want to pose. Honorable Sokopo would have covered me on the average time to conclude, to finalize consequence management cases, especially against those who are implicated as officials. And bearing in mind what Section 30 of the Correctional Service Act prescribes on segregation of inmates that are in danger to themselves, to others, or to officials, or to the infrastructure or property in our centers, how often are these offenders assessed to determine the risk factors or to deal with their disruptive behavior for purposes of classification or reclassification? What proportion of homicides in correctional centers are linked to gang-related violences? And this was echoed a lot by Ms. James. And are these anti-gang strategies, National Commissioner, that we have, or you have as a department, are they working, or are they being implemented? Because I know as part of the Public Protector's report, there was one of the strategies that you needed to enhance or amend. Have we started to enroll? The last one would be, not necessarily the last, but yeah. When conducting oversight, I will not say oversight, the department will conduct oversight, but when you go for your own inspection to triple Ps or privately run facilities, which are two in this instance, on issues of accountability purposes, do you get the triple Ps to adhere to accountability? If you do, it's well and good. And I'm raising this on the basis of what happened to Mangaung in instances of the unnatural death. And hearing the acting, control manager, temporary manager, citing in his report that when he took over, there has been resistance from G4S in complying to authorities or his way of operating the center. They've not been compliant. So I would want an overall thinking on this from the department. I concur and agree with Honorable Sokopo on the Goodwood issue, that matter is no longer a self-defense matter. And I would, outside the investigator speaking on it, I would like to hear what the head of the center says, what actually transpired. And the reason I'm saying this is on the basis that the investigation team comes to investigate an event that would have happened. But those who have been there must be able to give accurate of what really transpired. And this goes to the same as Oudtshoorn. And the reason I'm saying also this goes to Oudtshoorn, I called the head of center, I think 4 times on that day. Because when the incident happened, I was alerted. I couldn't get hold of the National Commissioner, and he later indicated he was in a meeting with his phones, which were taken, but he was able to come back to me. But I struggled to get hold of the head of center, whom when I did eventually get hold of him, he then said to me, he is not at liberty to give me a report of what has happened. I must speak to the regional commissioner. I tried countless times to get hold of the regional commissioner. Countless times. I even had to get the committee secretary to get the regional commissioner. I thought at some point perhaps I'm blocked because of it rings, it drops. The rings, it drops. It says line busy forever. Then when the committee secretary said, I went through the PA, there's a different number, and so forth and so on. But eventually, she never even returned the call. And this was on a basis that it's a worrying factor to get a call and be told that there are 3 to 4 officials that are stabbed in the line of duty. And we don't take that as serious. Yes, the occurrence that would have happened, the housing dangerous inmates, we're bearing that in mind. But we must be concerned over officials. And when we try to solicit whether the information we're getting, it is true or not, those who are supposed to give are unavailable to give. And eventually when the National Commissioner did return the call, was able to explain, Chair, this is unconfirmed, but this is confirmed, and later come back to say, no, how you have been told it is true on this and that and that. The following day when I tried also to follow up, what was worrying is that the regional commissioner did not even go and set foot in the facility, that this incident has happened. So I would like to know, RC, did you manage to personally go visit the center when the incident happened? And if you haven't on that particular day when that incident happened, because the incident happened in the morning during unlock. If you didn't, when did you manage to go to the center and get the first-hand information? What would have transpired? And immediately after that, what becomes your assessment view outside reliant on investigation? And what measures do you perhaps needs to be done to make sure that what happened in that day does not happen? Because of when an official gets attacked to an extent of being stabbed, it doesn't matter whether it's stabbed in the hand. The fact is that there was a stabbing that happened. Whatever you are busy with, you must be able to drop it and attend to the matter. And this you do not necessarily wanting to know what's happening, but that also shows solidarity to officials, that you care about their well-beings, as those who are sitting in senior officials, as senior officials or in high offices. Because of if one of the members would get sick, the first thing is to check, are they okay? And is there anything they need to be assisted with? That's how we're taught, and that's how it should be. But if we negate some responsibilities and duties to the center itself, which I agree again with Honorable Sokop, that it seems the center is a disaster, National Commissioner and Minister. And Honorable Sokop indeed did allude to the center in one of the portfolio committee meetings. And nothing was done. And because of nothing was done, now we're sitting with 4 to 5 officials that were stabbed and one unnatural death, allegedly minimum force used. I was saying to Mpo, it's not minimum, it's maximum, if it's allegedly a force that was being used. Because of minimum, we can't have a fatality over it if it's a minimum force. So it's a maximum force that was used, allegedly used. But if we were able to attend when members raise issues on particular centers that they visit and we take them serious on what their findings are in those particular centers, I don't think we'll find ourselves here or we would have had such an incident. But because of we didn't take it serious, now we're here. And it was so difficult to even get the report. When I received the call, it says officials were equally alerted that there might be something that would happen. And officials knew, and I'm happy that even the report points that out. Was security strengthened immediately when there was that intelligence? I would want to know this. And I would want to know it from the head of center. Immediately when you picked up that there might be a threat because of what happened last night, which inmates or offenders didn't like, and there is a source of intelligence that says there might be a retaliation or there would be a retaliation when we picked it up. Did we strengthen security? And if we didn't strengthen security, why didn't we strengthen security? Why didn't we strengthen security? If we were able to have 90 police officers, SAPs, when expectation was 50, was it 50? 40. What was expectation?
45, Chair.
45. So you had the double number. You had 90. But when you need to beef up security to safeguard the lives of officials, when they do unlock, you don't do it. So I would like to get on the centers issues. I would like to get responses from the head of the centers and the regional commissioner with regards to Oudtshoorn and Goodwood. The investigator, perhaps when you have concluded, will then interact with you on your conclusion part on the investigation. For now, let's welcome your report on investigations. Actually, they would have given light on the both centers. On Mangaung, I concur with Honorable Niehaus on the matter. I don't have much to say on Mangaung because when the incident happened, I was equally alerted, and at that particular time, Mrs. Diale, Honorable Diale, Betty Diale equally was alerted, and when she inquired with me, I was aware. I then further inquired with the National Commissioner, including the Deputy Minister, who both confirmed an incident and said the matter is under investigation. What we just needed was the conclusion part of that investigation report on what we were informed on. And what we were informed on speaks similar to the report. And I've always said this, we do have people who share information or who tell us what's happening. But you don't want to take what you're being told as the truth. You then come and ask, how true is this and that? And if there is an ascertainty to say, no, it is true, what happened, and there is an accountability or a sequence of what happened, it puts us at ease. But when we request that there isn't, then they seem to be no coherence between the two. I will not speak much on G4S. I'll speak to G4S when we wrap up and do the recommendations, because this is not my first time I interact or encounter with G4S. And I think what the report at the end on their recommendation to say the contract must be cancelled, I think it's an issue of the court. You are still in court on that matter. It has not concluded on it. So that's why I'm saying I will not speak much on it, but I will speak towards the end. So those are the clarities from my side, and would like to have, part of the reason we requested the head of centers, the regional commissioners to be part, is that to come and answer to certain clarities and questions on the sequence of activities or events that happened in those particular facilities. Thank you, Minister and the team.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I've heard the word disturbing on the reports from different honourable members. Now, I want to say, yes, it is disturbing. And I want to start with what Honourable James had said. Ek stem saam met u. Dit kan nie aangaan soos wat dit aangaan nie. Ek stem 100% saam. But maybe, Honourable Chair, the time has come that we must put the inconvenient truth on the table when it comes to correctional services. What is the inconvenient truth? The truth of the matter is, and I always compare it with an artisan. If you want to ensure that the artisan does a good job, you must give him the tools to do that job. Because if you don't have the tools and the correct tools, you cannot expect a good job. And that relates to correctional services. And relating to correctional services, we must also get the broader picture in terms of the criminal justice system. Referring specifically to the police, the Department of Justice, and then, of course, DCS. The fact of the matter, Honourable Chair, is that we are obliged, in terms of legislation, to do certain things and to comply to certain matters. It's true. But what it does not say is that government must ensure that there is a sufficient budget to ensure that correctional services can provide those services. The budget gives us the tools to do our job. And let me refer, for instance, in the presentation you saw the artificial intelligence technology in terms of integrated security system. Now, about a month ago, I visited St. Albans. I've looked at this integrated security system. But maybe I must shock you. It's a state-of-the-art security system. But we don't have the people in correctional services to man and to operate that system. It's a fact. I've asked the question. Why? Because we don't have the budget to appoint enough people to do the job. I've said in this committee before, when I visited Westville, I was confronted with a situation where only four wardens had to control about 650 inmates. Now, do you think it's fair? If you think it's fair, and you think that we should terminate the services of those 4 wardens because they didn't do their job, say so. I think it is unfair. We talk about psychologists, social workers. You can even add psychiatrists. Yes, we have a shortage. And Correctional Services made various presentations to the Portfolio Committee, saying this is our problem. It's the inconvenient truth. And we and my officials and the whole department are doing their utmost best to try to operate within these inconvenient circumstances. And can I say to you, it's going to increase. You will see with the performance report, we only received 29.2 billion rand. We're already projecting almost 1 billion rand overspend. And that is why, from our side, we try our utmost best to look in which ways we can be self-sufficiently. That's why we have our own bakeries. That's why we are trying to promote and increase the production in terms of our agricultural products. That's why we have people in our workshops. I already wrote a letter to the Minister of Basic Education so that we can start manufacturing school desks. That's what we are doing. Why? Besides the goods of rehabilitation of the inmates involved in those activities, we have to save money in correctional services. But this is an ongoing problem that is growing. And why do I say that? The police are coming to be more effective. And talking about society and human rights, the people of South Africa demand that we must effectively fighting crime. They're demanding it. We're an unsafe country. Now, what is the effect of that? We all agree. And even as politicians, we agree, yes, please, become more effective. There are commissions looking at corruption in police. There's an outcry. If we talk about outcries from our society, those are the outcries of crime in South Africa. And we must always remember, Honourable Chair, correctional services, we are at the end receiving point of more effective crime prevention. And in that process, we are confronted with a Justice Department. And I said so many times, part of our problems are the overcrowding. And you would have noticed in actually causing a crisis. Let's be honest. We don't have enough people to do the job. And let us also say that yes, of course we believe in human rights. Referral to, for instance, the minimum standards by United Nations, also known as the Mandela Rules. There are 200 of those rules. I can assure you, there are very, very few countries in the world. And it's only developed countries, developed economies that comply. And I've attended 2 United Nations conferences and meetings on this matter this year. So it's a challenge. And I want to say that if we come to the further questions, specific questions on, for instance, why certain statistics are not provided, the National Commissioner and his team will respond to that. Suffice that I can say, I think there was a question, I think it was Honorable Engelbrecht, and I think he referred to the matter of why do we receive percentages when it comes to unnatural deaths and not the figures specifically. Yes, there's an increase. You saw the last 3 financial years, from 42 up to 55. That is the figures. But we must also remember that the increase of our population of inmates also increased quite a lot. So if you look at this figure as it is, 55, it's just natural that you may have more of these unnatural deaths. But if you compare apples with apples, the percentage may be lower. I didn't calculate the percentage. If it's higher, of course. And let me be quite straightforward. Even in the performance report on the first quarter, there are matters that not only can, must improve. We have to see that we can improve it. Let me say this in terms of G4S and Mangaung Correctional Center. And I give my honest view on it. Firstly, it is not correct to say that G4S is not or does not have to comply to legislation in South Africa. If they contravene legislation, of course, they must take a responsibility for that. From our side, yes, we wanted to say, but there should be also a criminal charge on defending the ends of justice. If the police, we are not an investigating department, only the police can do that. But there are finer details, we can look into that. We shouldn't just accept an answer of no, we're not going to take the charge. That's also not acceptable. But we will look into that. But the fact of the matter is there's a contract when it comes where G4S is involved because it's a subcontractor. The contract is with Mangaung Correctional Center. We are in a litigation process. And I want to ask the honourable members, let's think. There's less than 10 months left for the end of this contract. And at that stage, we will have to take a decision. Do we want to continue or not? If we now come forward and say we cancel the contract, I can assure you there will be further legislation. It's natural. If you have a contract, then you want to follow the contract. And if you want to challenge that contract, you go to court. And it's not going to cost 100,000. It's not going to cost $1 million. It's going to cost a couple of million rand in legal costs, just to try to cancel the contract that ends in any way within 10 months. So my approach as minister is, we must also think about the taxpayers. We are complaining at the fact that we don't have enough money. We have to look at that. Honourable Chair, I know we are running out of time. I think what is also important, what you have said, is the fact that you've asked for reports, but you don't get the information. Maybe we should have a meeting on that matter, because, and I listened very carefully to what you said, and it's the correct approach. You understand there must be an investigation. But from my side, I don't see that if there is a preliminary investigation, and we can take you in our confidence and say you do not make it public, we can do that. We must look at the rules of Parliament in terms of responding on certain investigations. What I can say is the following, and I'm going to close with that. That if there's a death in the facilities, the National Commissioner informs me immediately. And within a day or two, maximum 3 days, I get a preliminary executive report on the matter. But again, we must be very, very careful to, where there's a preliminary investigation, to make statements to say these are the facts, because the further investigation is taking time. And if you make a false accusation, then you're going to have trouble. So that's a responsible approach. So my invitation is that we have a meeting that we can see how we can deal with that. And I am worried, the fact that you've asked it so many times, it was available, and I said that I will look into that matter. In principle, if there's a report finalized, why not? We have nothing to hide. If there are consequences for certain officials, so be it. They must take the responsibility. So, Chair, from my side, I think there can be further responses from the side of the National Commissioner, specific questions to specific members. I just want to say again, ek stem saam, ons kan nie so aangaan nie. But there is also an obligation on all of us to do our utmost best to try and to see that correctional services get the correct tools to do the job. If we have that, and we don't do that job, please, then you can grill us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Those who are going to respond, please stick to the questions that members have asked and clarities and respond to them. Let's avoid preambles and matters that are not of this meeting. I didn't want to interject the Minister, but some of the revelations or reports were not necessary for this meeting. So let's stick to those who are going to respond, who are pressed for time, and we must be cognizant of that. Other matters, we'll deal with them. And issues of reports have been said every time there's a portfolio committee. There's a report, so it can't be our baby that we need to babysit the department when it sends reports. When we have alluding to say, when we wrap up, part of the recommendations, we need this report and this. So there must be a mechanism from the department that it puts in place to make sure that all requested reports that the portfolio committee has requested gets to be sent. So it can be on our part, that one. Fail of reports, you would be scheduled for that particular matter, whether it's preliminary or it's conclusion of a report. DM?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I would be just quick on this. On the issues raised by Ms. Ngaba, I think whether we give warning verbally or written on these matters, we are following the Labour Relations Act in terms of processing those matters. And I think some time ago we did bring a report of all the cases that we have as DCS. Will not breach any law, but will follow law to the latter. On the matter of the cases opened and prosecution declined to say it's a prosecutable case, I think I've said it that it's a matter that we should make a follow-up so that those that are found to have breached our own SOPs and stuff are attended to. I want to agree with the minister that it cannot go as now prescribed to say we must make the loudest noise, yet we don't have the resources. Yes, our report, we were upfront to say the lack of supervision within our units in terms of the standard operating procedures, the increase of overcrowding, the shortage of staff, the delay of handling complaints, and the request of inmates for mental health, it has led us to these situations that we are reporting about in terms of your suicide and also the substance abuse. I want to agree with Honorable James that indeed our facilities should be drug-free. But when you don't have enough personnel and there's influx of contrabands to within our facility, yes, we've got programs and things that we're doing in terms of security to deal with those, but we are a bit challenged. And then in terms of also this integrated security system that is non-functional or where there's blind spot, I think it's a matter as recommendation comes for charging those and subjecting them to internal processes while others are referred to criminal charges. Those matters will be taken care of, Chair. Then on the matter of the average time, how long does it take to investigate? I think that matter administratively they will deal with it. And I think it will be good that this matter of G4S and ourselves and our working relations, it should be finalized and harmonized because it is really draining, it's not good. And that the G4S would undermine the department and want to liaise directly with the portfolio. I think also that matter should be handled well so that the delegation that is led here, it's led by the minister from the ministry's side and the administration because they are not an independent body. They are part of us, and hence we have appointed that temporary manager there. And those relations that are strained, I think there's processes how we deal with them. And those breaches in terms of the contractual breaches that has just happened, it doesn't mean when there's a matter of termination in court, the other breaches can't be dealt with. There are clauses in that agreement that if they are breached, they should be given a process. I think I will end there, Chair. But issues of staffing and everything, we have reported also. But to those families that have lost their loved one, and those families of our own officials that their own official family members have been stabbed, it's not a good thing. We're not proud as a department that there would be inmates that would be dying within our facilities. We have sent condolences. I know the frustration Honorable Nehaus has spoken about because he also reached out to me how this matter was handled. But there is a process within correctional services when a family is affected. Sometimes we don't want to react and respond to media because first you must reach out to families, give them the necessary brief, and then take them. But as there were things that showed up that we were tampering with reports, we're amending reports, we're backdating, we're not proud of as the ministry what has happened. And I think the report is clear on recommendation on how it must happen. Those charges preferred against those members and the consequence management thereof realized. I thank you, Chair.
NC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. I will walk a tightrope of responding to the questions as the Honorable Chairperson has directed and not give general statements. Slide 14, Honorable Chairperson, refers to unknown cases. There is an explanation there on unknown cases. These are cases that even though we have gone through the necessary confirmation processes, still the determination is not clear. So the bullet point number 4 explains that. And then in terms of the recruitment, with regards to the capacity we have of psychologists, We have 71 psychologists and we have 37 community service psychologists. And there is a process that it's still continuing, a process of recruitment. In April this year, we advertised 410 posts. Those posts include psychologists, social workers, educators, and artisans. In May, we advertised 471 posts, and those posts include they are center-based posts. Unit managers, heads of centers, heads of community correction, heads of security, staff support, the case management committee chairs, and also security. On the 22nd of August, we also advertised 58 posts, and this has to do with our agriculture farms, and also 22. On the same day, we also advertised 14 posts for pharmacists. I'm mentioning this, Chair, because I'm trying to indicate that we're trying to deal with the incapacity problems. What is left now is for the regions, because the appointment processes are managed at the level of the regions with regards to this capacity. And every month in management meetings, we get a report from Human Resources on how far the regions are with the filling of these positions. This would improve the conditions that are as dire as the Minister did indicate. I have indicated, Honorable Chairperson, that I will only answer specific questions. On the issue of the contract with PCC and G4S and penalties, there is a supervisory committee. We do issue out penalties. The committee takes decisions, but that committee consists of the department and the contractor. It's a committee that goes through legal processes. So we present, and a decision is taken there. And the contract itself provides specific as to what penalty should be imposed on what type of a contract transgression. So we do that. On the issue of the composition of the search teams and the utilization of the assistance from SAPS, there is no specific approval that is given. The expectation is that our standard operating procedures should be followed. And the standard operating procedures talk to how you plan a search, how you compose. That's why the report, preliminary as it is, from Oud Soren, indicates that there were irregularities with regards to the planning and the execution. One of those, of course, is the fact that we had the number of police exceeding the number of correctional services officials. Obviously, you have a group of inexperienced officers that are also not familiar with the environment or with handling offenders as it would be expected from correctional services officers. So in all our operations, in terms of the standard operating procedures, we should be the ones that are in majority, we should be the ones that are in charge, because we understand the space better. But as the chair has indicated, the RC and the area commissioner they are here. They will talk to the issue. Chair, I'm just in terms of the Poker Act. Maybe let me start on the issue of the gangs. When anybody is admitted into a correctional facility, we do an assessment. And the assessment is both physical and in terms of other categories. So we will be able to pick up a gang member because all of our officers are trained to do that. And we classify as it is. And then each and every correctional facility knows how to handle gang members. And the first thing that we do is to make it a point that we do not expose other offenders to danger from gang members. Two, what we also do is to ensure that we do not accommodate gang members in a manner that would cause fights between the gangs. And number three, in terms of the sentence plan of that offender, we ensure that we provide rehabilitation and correctional programs that would start attending to the gang behavior and ensuring that that offender is rehabilitated from being a gang member. But I must indicate, and that's part of the gang reduction strategy, but I must indicate that all that militates against the issues that the minister has raised, that I will not repeat. The POCA Act, we are aware of it, we are utilizing it. That's why even as the outcome of our searches or where we have incidents, we do ensure that we report to the police. And I must also indicate that we work with SAPS with regards to gangs, even on how we should accommodate gangs and where. I can give an example of the Western Cape. There is a current discussion, given what is happening in Western Cape, on how now we should be handling that matter with the SAPS as part of crime intelligence. The issue of the ISS and it not working, the minister has also alluded to it. There are correctional facilities where we don't have ISS at all. We don't have it because we cannot have it. The budget is not there for us to have it. So we prioritize. And we have a report on what we have done to improve on the ISS at Goodwood after this incident. But that meant redirecting resources from other projects that we wanted to do. Like instead of adding the basics on another correctional facility, we had to redirect the resources to close the gaps in Goodwood. Chair, let me stop there. The issue of Kimberley and the 29, yes, we are looking into Kimberley. It's also a management issue. We have also been having interactions with even the unions to ensure that we improve on the security environment in Kimberley. The unknown cases, I have talked to them. The unnatural deaths as a result of suicides is one issue that already, as management, we are discussing, because I agree with members of the committee that we can't just stop on recording that it is a suicide. We need to check what are the circumstances around it. We are doing it, but now we are seeing the numbers increasing. What we will be attending to is why are the numbers increasing? When a suicide has taken place, we check the health record of the offender. We check the file of the offender in terms of discipline, behavior. We also check the complaints, if the complaints of that offender were attended to, if they have not, or if we find anything wrong with this, what I have mentioned in terms of attending to the offender, we then charge the responsible officials, including unit managers. We have a challenge of offenders that come into our care that are mental health care cases. We work with the Department of Health to see how we can deal with that. Some of these suicides are actually those types of offenders. Yes, we do segregate offenders where we see a need, but segregation also comes with an extra responsibility of checking on the offender. And the SOP says that we need to check on that offender hour on the hour. So, as the minister indicated, whatever numbers we have to manage a particular unit, if there is an offender that is segregated because of the reasons that I've just given, that official is supposed to make it a point that on the hour, every hour, they check on that offender and they write it in the register. So those are the mechanisms that we have in place. And lastly, Chair, I do agree, one death, whether unnatural or not, is one too many. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've tried to just go specific. There are those that the Honorable Chairperson directed to other members of the department from administration. There are those that I did not answer directly because the specifics are with those that did make the presentations. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Head of Center of Oudtshoorn. Follow the area commissioner and then the RC. The RC will speak both to Goodwood and Oudtshoorn.
Good morning, Chair.
It's afternoon now.
Afternoon. It is on page 21. We already said that we strengthened the security, and the phone call that you phoned to me. For me, that day I have a lot of phone calls about the situation. That is why I refer all protocol to my superior. That is the protocol that our department have in place. If incidents occur in a correctional center.
How did the security get strengthened?
Normally, we have 4 or 5 members in that unit for that offenders, and then we unlock the centers. But that morning, we sent 18 officials from the officers to go and assist there for that morning.
Investigator, was the investigation says the security or, please switch off the mic. Was it strengthened?
Chair, I did say that we are in a process of quantifying that, because ordinarily you will activate your EST if there is such a report indicating that even the number, we are arguing over the number, because so far the statements that we have solicited from officials, they were not making the number as being alluded by the ACC. But it's just sub judice, because you keep on, we are still gonna get a statement from the ACC as well. So I just wanted to point out that there's when you juxtapose the information somewhere, somehow it is not necessarily tallying. Thank you.
Okay, then there was no request of EST to assist in that day in the morning in strengthening security.
Mr. Chair, we have only 8 security members at that center. 8 security members. One was on leave. Two was going to with a transfer, a maximum transfer, and the others go and assist as part of the strengthening, because they're working in offices. They work in other places. I don't have a EST establishment that only sit there for situations.
Okay, Area Commissioner, I see you want to say something.
Thank you and good afternoon, Honourable Member. Yeah, from my side, I just want to clarify the searching action. That in terms of the SOP, I gave approval for the searching action, which was out of my view, necessitated by a build-up in the period prior to this, the request for that joint operation, which have included quite a influx of contraband into the center, as well, including weapons. And there was also the previous week stabbing offender on offender. So this range of incidents prior have necessitated the need for us to have operation. Also, shortly in the build-up, there was also phones confiscated which have linked an official to some of these activities. And that also is why we have chose to have a joint operation, not only a DCS operation. Yeah, I just wanted to conclude on that the operation was authorized by myself as it is in the standard operating procedure. But the decision was based on this build-up of eventualities prior, and it was in an attempt to address some of these matters. I can just add that in the week that the searchings continued, we confiscated another 5 knives. So it just shows that these items, and that also emphasized the need for the searching to be conducted. Thank you.
Then the number of subs, was it part of the request?
The numbers of subs initially was lesser numbers. When we arrived that night, there was more members, but it was based on the fact that the subs constitution was not only one part. It have consisted out of your public order police, so those were the ones who have assisted us with the searching, the crime prevention unit, because there's also activities of gangs in the communities, so they have formed part of that group, the visible police unit, as well as crime intelligence officials who came in based on some of the information that was now on that cell phone, to their availability to follow up. So it's not that all the police that came in, they came in from different units, so they have a different responsibility. But I can just say that myself was present during the searching and we were in control. The police was there in numbers, but the searching action was still under the Correctional Service mandate.
So you would be aware of an intelligence that said inmates are going to or want to retaliate in the morning during unlock. So you are aware of that?
Their behavior that evening have already showed that they are not happy to be searched. And that is why that evening as we dispersed, we've already indicated that the unlock procedure the following morning need to be, especially in that unit, need to be amended. And that is why the instruction was given to increase the numbers. And I can just add that the head of the center, that he didn't add it, is that the method of unlocking was also changed that morning. Where normally they would have unlocked more cells at once, that morning it was unlocked cell by cell in smaller groups. Starting that the cell affected, the cell number 5, was the second last cell. So as they've started with the unlock process, everything went smooth until they've reached the second last cell. So it's under normal circumstances, when they're searching, you can dictate that, but the operating procedure in unlocking, we've already put measures in place to curb it. Unfortunately, the incident still took place.
We'll get the full report when the investigation team has concluded, whether you had strengthen that or not? Because of based on the statements received, they contradict what you are saying. RC?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members of the House, all protocols observed. I will respond to a few questions, but I would also like to request that the head of Centre of Goodwood respond to the merits of that specific incident. Firstly, with regards to your concern about me not being reachable, I want to at first apologize for any misunderstandings that there might have been, and it was at no stage my intention to be disrespectful. But thank you also for allowing the orde alterum partem rule to apply. So I can also state my version of what transpired. Yes, I do have more than one contact number, and I mostly are reachable on my official number. I did not have your number as saved as a contact. What happened was that my private phone was at home, and by the time I reached that phone, I could take the call from the PA. But as I was going to respond to you, I got a call at the same time from the National Commissioner, and I have indicated that you want to speak to me, whereby the National Commissioner indicated that he will engage you. So apologies for any misunderstanding in that regard. At the time when the incident was reported of the offender who passed away, I was actually at that time attending to a complaint received from the National Office at Obiqua Correctional Center in Tilbach. So I arrived at home that night at 7. So what I did was to request that the security manager, Mr. Sefute, go to Oudtshoorn to assist with the preliminary investigation. But I did at some point went to Oudtshoorn, and at that point I met with the area commissioner and the head of center together with the security manager,
RC,
where we
when did you
discussed
go? When did you go at some point?
it was,
When was there at some point?
I think it was the next Wednesday or the next Thursday, but I have to get back to you on that. But it was not being insensitive to the seriousness of this matter, but other responsibilities also detracted from me being there immediately. But this is a lesson learned, and going forward, these are some things that needs to be attended to. But there was a meeting between myself and the head of center and the area commissioner with security, where we discussed the threat and risk assessment, and guidance was also provided in terms of how the security measures should be attended to. So for example, on a governance level, what is in place is that there are regular security meetings where security matters are being addressed. Security breaches are being reported. There's a SOP for that. And then I do sensitize the management of complaints from offenders. So those are measures in place from a governance perspective. And from a physical security perspective, there are measures in place to deal with security measures, preventative measures, such as access control, service dogs, the canines, and utilization of our tower posts. So there are various measures of security controls in place to address ongoing security breaches, including personnel security. Then I also want to respond to Honorable Engelbrecht's inquiry regarding how we utilize the Paulsmoor official with the busy with the PhD. He is currently the unit manager in the remand detention facility. He is not currently performing any criminologist work, but I did engage HR to do an assessment in the region of all those. We don't have a criminologist post on the post establishment, and I think given that he is a master's in criminology and busy with his PhD, I thought that let us do an assessment in the region to see how many of our officials do have these qualifications and how best we can utilize them. As you know, you have to be at the master's level to be able to assist with assessing the offenders and develop reports for parole board and the NCCS. So within the limited scope we have, we are looking at creative means to utilize these skilled officials to assess the offenders. We have identified at least 20 such officials in the region, which we are continuously going to assess how best to utilize them. I think I will stop there and give an opportunity to the head of Center of Goodwood to respond to the Goodwood specific matters.
Where is the head of center?
Good afternoon, Chair, House at large, protocol observed. With regard to the issue of Goodwood Correctional Center, the incident that took place on the 16th of February, I first need to mention that on that particular day, I was duty-free when the incident took place. However, as an appointed head of center, after I was reported of the incident, then I had to leave everything and go back to the center to take charge, of which I went and I made some findings as to what actually happened. Just to report to the House, it was a gang-related incident where a high-ranking offender of the 26 gang attacked and stabbed a member based on a gang-related incident where he was taken off his rank. So in terms of a gang number, for him to get back the rank, he had to stab a member. On that particular day, I need to report to the committee that there were 4 members that were unlocking in that particular unit at C6C against a total number of 121 remand detainees because of shortage of manpower. As a result, on that attack, like as the investigation has also alluded to say, a backup was called to come and assist, of which they came to assist. Perhaps maybe to mention that he attacked one member. After attacking one member, the other member came to try and stop the matter, but he continued to attack the other members. But ultimately, he was controlled. After being controlled, then that's where now the bone of contention is about the excessive use of force coming from the other members. Perhaps maybe just to report to say, because I had to ask a question to the whole entire staff as a head of center, why a violent act at the end of the day where a person could succumb and die? There are previous incidents where members are assaulted by offenders, which list come or reported. And secondly, we are sitting with a problem of a challenge of gangs that want to take over prisons and to instill fear to members. And that fear will result to a situation whereby one of the next coming mornings will be having a South Africa that will be ran by criminals inside the prisons. Because it was not the first incident that took place. There were previous ones, but at the same time, we needed to understand where does it emanate from. Then, after getting that information, we reported everything. Then, the Office of the National Commissioner, in fact, National Commissioner came to visit us, and we had to give the full report, which I commend his office, because after that, he had to put measures in place as to what needs to be done to avoid reoccurrence of such incidents, like the retraining of staff, using correct unlock formulas, meaning beefing up. Since we are running short of staff, at least we need to have more members in the units to divide so that we can have more manpower. That's how in a nutshell took place. Then the question of stretcher also that was used to say he was taken with a stretcher, also that came to my attention to say, but how did it happen? It came out that yes, he was taken with a blanket to the hospital because the stretchers were situated at the hospital section. Now, as a turnaround strategy, as a head of center, I had to come up with implementations to say all units now are supposed to have stretchers going forward to avoid reoccurrence. And I can safely report to you, Honorable Chair, that that exercise has been done. They've been purchased so that we can have that treatment of humans in a dignified fashion. And I wanted to safely apologize to say to the committee that that was not supposed to be the case. But it was a catch-22 situation because there's an emergency whereby a person might die at the same time.
It needed a fatality to happen for you guys to procure.
Not per se, Chair. Like as I said, the mistake that took place there, stretchers were situated in our hospital section where, so like Correctional Center has got the hospital section where all these medical, how do I put, materials are being situated, including the stretchers. Hence, upon coming, then I said, okay, that was a mistake that we need to correct as soon as possible. Then, immediately after that, Chair, we had a debriefing with the offenders because there was an element of about massive retaliation to say, but there's going to be another constant attack towards the members. As a matter of fact, then I had a meeting with the whole entire correctional members, including the offenders, to get systems in place so that we can avoid a reoccurrence. And we can safely say, as we speak, the situation has normalized. There is stability at the center. However, we are still reporting at the Office of National Commissioner on monthly basis to ensure that what we have agreed as turnaround strategies to bring stabilities are taking place on continuous basis. Thank you, Chair. I'll pause there.
Thank you. Is there anyone outstanding to respond to questions? Time is against us. We need to wrap up. NC, you need to go look for the Allendale fellow who escaped. Do you still want to sit here? No, come in.
No, thank you, Chair. It was just a question on our protocol with Home Affairs. It exists, and all the RCs are ensuring that once there is a requirement for deportation, it is done. On Allendale, the offender actually took his life outside. So that's the latest, but we will
The one who
obviously
escaped?
look into that, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. We need to release members to go to the House. The President is speaking, and we can arrive when the President has started. It means we must rush, so we are going to conclude in this way. Ordinarily allow members to take second bites if they are, or to check whether their questions are not answered or not. But this session doesn't end here. We're still going to proceed once the investigation is concluded. I'm very much interested in that investigation up until its conclusion, especially if there are inaccuracies on reports, on statements that are there versus what we get to be reported on here. The changes in the presentation. Members raise concerns on the changes of the presentation, especially a day before the meeting. So let's deviate from giving us reports, and then a day before that you come and present something that is different. We must show care to members because of they prepare in advance for the portfolio committee. And also have a team that supports us, that equally is able to assist. So you are making our reading to become a bit difficult. You give us this and then you come and present this. On training of officials, as part of your presentations that you would have made and talked to Dr. Bota, and it's part of your recommendations that you want to train EST officials. But I think the training must go beyond EST. It must equally go to officials that are in correctional facilities because of they're the ones who deal with these incidents when they occur. They're the ones who need to be properly trained on how to deal with them. So let's not limit it only to the EST. We must take it down to even officials who are guarding our inmates or dealing with day-to-day activities of inmates. On the integrated security system, in one of your findings with regards to the incident that has been reported, it was that the doors were wide opened. So it means the JITO, ISS was not working. So no, now we have a very alone setup with you. So you will unpack on it. But it was not functional in Goodwood. And this poses a risk to inmates. It means this would have an influx of escapes if the doors were not functioning. And I remember in the 6th term, this happened in Zanin. Zanin had this similar issue of the doors not being functional. And I think they were using manual system to operate them. So JITO would require a report on this, on how long was the system not functional in Goodwood, and if the system has been fixed or the current problem that Good faced, if it's been fixed now. You must record the reports. And then what do you call them? TONFAS. It also indicates in Goodwood that there is no accountability on them. They don't account for them in one of your reports. And my worry point is, what about other centers? Are we able to give accountability on them? Especially if there are incidents that would have occurred. So it should be a normal standard practice or procedure that all security equipment gets to be accounted for by officials. And this must be a cut across all correctional facilities. It must not be the center that deals with this and then the other one has its own approach. It must be a cut across approach of all security equipments being accounted for by all officials. The increasing figures on unnatural death are a worrying factor. Whether we want to look at the other way or it is a worrying factor. And we are cognizant that correctional facilities are housing the most dangerous inmates. But we can't be having an increase of unnatural death in that aspect. So it's a worrying factor that the department, you need to pay attention to it. And we know overcrowding would be your ideal issue to say they occur because there is overcrowding plays a role and so forth. And by now we should find systems or mechanism on how we should mitigate or manage this, because of overcrowding did not start yesterday. And even when you took over National Commissioner, on your acting days to your appointment, overcrowding was there, including yourself, Minister. When you took over the Minister of Correctional Services in July, you found overcrowding. It's a year later, we still say overcrowding. There must be mitigation on dealing with it. So it can be every time the questions or clarities that members pose in escaping or responding to it, then we put overcrowding on that. Let's find another mechanism to respond to these matters without putting overcrowding as the contributing factor. We are where it is, but there should be systems put in place. Unknown causes of death. We can't have unknown causes of death. You either were stabbed or you got sick. So by now you should. There is a reason why there are autopsies being done. So why do we still have cases of death being unknown cases? It can be. The issue of JICS. JICS wrote a letter to me to assist, to solicit their natural death reports. I did not respond to it because of, I remember there was one portfolio committee where we stressed on the relations between JICS and the department. And in the final recommendation to that, we said the systems you have in place, strengthen them between DCS and JICS on your reporting mechanism. And we even flagged on that day the inoccurrences of the stats or data that JICS will present on unnatural death, suicide, and so forth, and what the department would present, which were not talking to each other, which was a worrying factor. We then said, you must go back, sit down, identify or do a plan on how you do your reporting mechanism to each other, not involve us as the portfolio committee. You are now involving us on how you guys extract reports. It's unfair. It's really unfair. Ours is to play oversight, not to try mediate amongst you. We put recommendations to try and ease whatever problems that exist between the two, but it seems it's not working. It seems it's not working. So we can't have an occurrences of letters being written to me on trying to get the reports. I'm also wanting reports from the department. Then JIC says we also want you to assist us in getting a report. Whilst I'm equally not getting reports of what we request the department to report on. So it can be an ongoing issue, colleagues. You need to get your house in order. You really need to get your house in order. You don't come to the portfolio committee just to listen to portfolio committee members rant and vent, and then you leave. You say, no, we're done with this, then you go. What we put as a recommendation and what we request, we expect you to live up to it. So kindly sort out the JICS matter. And we did say you will need to come back to us, bring minutes, bring attendance register, and what you have decided to do. And you have not done that. It means the meeting is not set. It means the meeting is not set. We were on recess as members, not the department, not JICS. Perhaps I should put time frames on that report. Maybe the meeting will sit. When are we back from recess? Yeah, can we have the report on the first week of October? Actually, between the 2nd and 3rd, when we sit our first portfolio committee in that week, we should have that report that talks to JICS and DCS on their meeting. Minutes, attendance register, and what we have resolved to do. Yeah, they must bring it on the first. That first week when we sit, the portfolio committee, we must have had that report. G4S. There was a reason why I decided not to speak on G4S. Because of G4S is law unto itself. It decides what it wants to do, when it wants to do it, and no one will tell it otherwise. And when you say something else, then they bring lawyers to you and flag it to yourself on law. It won't work, and it can't continue to work. When you decided to go and be part of a triple P, which needs to account to the department, there are consequences for that. You either live up to them or you cease being functional in that correctional facility. And I agree actually with Honorable Niehaus that the contract needs to be cancelled today. And this has been an assertion even in the 6th term because of the behavioral patterns that G4S continues to show. Refusal of reports, refusal of accountability. An incident happens in March, you send the report in September. How is that possible? And you send it in September because of, there's a portfolio committee sitting next week that is soliciting the very same report, or that is going to speak to the incident of what happened in March. And then you come and tell us about summons, who must summon you. You don't deserve to be summoned. You don't. Which information do you want to protect? That is already public knowledge. It's there. The only thing that we want to know is that if the search was not authorized, why did you do it? So this continues to be illegal activities that are happening in that facility that you want to cover up. And in covering up, you want to be summoned so that whatever you do cannot be used against you because of you are protected. You don't. I don't know how far is the court process. NC, perhaps you should be able to give us how far is the court process between the department and G4S, and when is it soon going to be resolved? Because I feel also this is dragging up until the contract comes to an end. So there's nothing to it. Normally when the incidences are happening, there's a fee that the department will charge G4S. So I don't know on a natural death that would occur in their hands, whether there is that fee allocation. But I know on escapes, there were fees that they needed to pay to the department. But that is not the matter, and we shouldn't even base it on that. What we need to base it on is that the contract must come to an end, and the department must take over the facility in its entirety. And this also speaks to Kutama equally. Kutama might not go through what Mangaung is going, but with how Mangaung is showing itself, we can then put trust in privately run prisons. So we should take over them. So the sooner the court battle ends, the better for all of us, so that we do not have to be threatened by summons. The department says you need to come to the portfolio committee. You want the portfolio committee to speak directly to you. It can be. It can be. There are layers of reporting. When we want you, we'll call you. When the department wants you, you must adhere to it, because that's where you account. On unannounced searches, and including announced searches, we do agree. In actual fact, we encourage unannounced searches, National Commissioner, to all correctional facilities to curb the smuggling of contrabands, including the announced ones. But they must be done correctly. They must get proper approval, so that if an incident happens, you are able to account for all activities. And there is intelligence that says there's threats of inmates who want to retaliate. It's of important that whatever we do, we give protection to officials. And it can be a matter that gets to be, you take it lightly. It can be. Because if it's not you in the line of duty, then if it's someone else, then it can be. A life of an official, it's important, because they're putting their lives in danger every day by waking up and go to all the correctional facilities. And it's of important that we show care and support to officials. And this I say, RC, because I felt your conduct was not correct. An incident happens on Monday, you go to a facility on Friday. You should have, the moment that stabbing happened, go to the nearest hospital or clinic where the officials are to solicit their well-being. That shows care to officials who are wounded, including officials who are still duty-bound to carry their work. You don't delegate a function that is supposed to be done by you. You delegate it when you are there, because of your delegation will tell you this needs to be attended to, this needs to be attended to. So where you are dealing with an incident when you are there, you don't delegate sitting in an office when you are not informed what is happening in that facility. So we must desist from that. An incident happens, go down to it and be with officials. So we agree with searches and unannounced searches. They must be done in an accountable way that equally all of us can account to them. So So those are recommendations we're putting based on the engagements. But Oudtshoorn will be adopted by the portfolio committee. Some in the portfolio committee members will visit the facility, if not all of us as the portfolio committee. It would be a delegation amongst who would go to that facility to actually take stock of what is currently happening in that facility. It's a worrying factor if a member says there are break-ins that are happening in that facility from people outside coming inside the facility. It is a worrying factor. It is a worrying factor again when an approved search, which is supposed to give you 45 subs officials, gives you 90, who are more than officials of DCS. It's a worrying factor. And I think, Area Commissioner, in you approving that, you didn't approve a high number of subs against your own officials. Because of in that, you have rendered your own officials useless. Because of you have delegated their work to subs. We should have joined work with subs so that if the inmates who are caught with contrabands on the scene, they play a role in making sure that they have, they get them to have further charges. That's what we are encouraging. So that people don't be caught with contrabands and nothing gets to happen. They will not learn. They will not stop smuggling. So, members, thank you so much. I think we're going to rush to the House, but this doesn't conclude here. Thank you so much. Who is the investigation officer? Mr. Gwambe. Thank you so much for the investigation report. I was with you when that report doesn't end here. When it concludes, we'll have a meeting. Perhaps that meeting will be straight from the Oudtshoorn facility, where you will then give us a full breakdown of the sequence of events, and whilst members are in that facility as well, doing whether the visit will be announced, unannounced, but there will be a day dedicated to that facility by the portfolio committee. So thank you so much, members, for coming through. The briefing on the first quarter report of the department will be deferred to the next quarter, which is the fourth quarter, since we couldn't deal with it today. Whether we'll cluster it with your second quarter report, you will be, there is a report. So sincere apologies to those who came for the briefing on the first quarter report, Jito, Bond, Marumule, for you coming to talk to the first quarter report. So we will meet on this matter. It's just deferred. It's not cancelled. So I thought I let you guys know. So thank you so much. Badimu, Lemudimu, Batsamaile, Lena at all times until we converge again in the next meeting. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.